very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for being here with us this morning. Request you all to please take a seat, make yourselves comfortable, and we're going to start the 19th edition Healthcare 360 Summit right now. Well, my name is Sunny. I'll be your MC for today. And I'm from ET Business Consulting. For those of you who might not have heard about ET Business Consulting, ET Business Consulting is acronym for Events and Training Business Consulting. What are we? We are an organization that creates platforms that bring key decision makers such as yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, and businesses together under one roof with one explicit goal in mind, and that explicit goal is to make business happen, business expansion, in other words. So whether your organization is looking for brand awareness or to generate demand or market your product or your niche services, our platform will facilitate concrete dialogue and gives you an opportunity to connect with the right person to take your business to the next level and what notch higher. Right? So that's what we do in a nutshell. Today our focus is on the healthcare sector, hence the 19th edition Healthcare 360 Summit. In today's conference, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to discuss are some of the key topics. You saw some of them on the board, but just to elaborate a little bit, we want to know what will healthcare delivery look like in 2025, 2030, and beyond. We also want to know, do we really need more capital-intensive hospitals? There's so much sunk cost that goes into a hospital. Do we need more of those that will only escalate costs further? So that's something that we have to consider. Also, our hospitals have an aura of being a panacea, can do anything at all. But is that really the case? Is there any data to back up these tall claims? All this and more will be dissected in great detail during the course of today's summit. So it's going to be an interesting session, an interesting conference session, and of course, an opportunity to network with our partners. And before we start the summit, I'd like to mention a brief word about our partners and our patrons. Of course, with your support, our partners and patrons were able to bring this event together and make it happen. I'd like to highlight our gold partner for today's initiative, Hilux, Hilux Calcium Silicate Boards by Ramco Industries. Hilux is a flagship product from Ramco Industries, and we're going to hear from the executives from Ramco Industries, from Hilux, a little bit later on. They're into partitions and ceilings. It's a flagship product. It's a new product. It's going to be interesting to hear what it's about. We also have our bronze partners, Astral Pipes, which is India's #1. That's right, India's #1 CPVC and UPVC piping brand. We also have Shah Decor, who is an importer and distributor of vinyl flooring, which is used specifically in the hospital sector. So if you're looking for flooring for your hospital facility, Shah Decor is one potential to look out for. We also have American Air Filtration International, whose tagline is "Breathe cleaner, live better." Our exhibitors, Apex Cura and Dormakaba. Dormakaba is into hermetically sealed doors, which is used for clean room operations. They have a sample, a very nice sample in the booth over there, right behind us. You definitely want to check that out. I was there just a short while back. It's a very interesting concoction, interesting system, definitely not one to miss. And we also have Red Health, our emergency care partner. We're going to hear from all of our partners and patrons during the course of the day, so stay tuned for that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That's a little bit about us and what we have in store for you today. And our first discussion, the first panel discussion this morning is Designing the Future, Smart and Resilient Healthcare Infrastructure. As I said, do we need more hospitals? If so, then how do we make it robust, resilient? Interesting conversation. I'd like to first introduce all of our panelists and then finally our moderator, starting with Dr. Vijay PV, who is a partner of Integra Ventures. Dr. Vijay. Also, please help me welcome Mrs. Preeti Venkatraman, who is the Senior Vice President and Director of Business Practices at Canon Design. Please come on the stage. We also have Mr. Sanjay Papinazat, who is the Director of Skydome Designs. All a regular of our various initiatives. We also have Mr. Rajarajan, who is the Group COO of Alluri Sitarama Raju Academy of Medical Sciences. Mr. Rajarajan always has great insights, as do all of our panelists. Please also help me welcome on stage Mr. Siddharth Puri, who's the co-founder and director of Architecture Ward 4 Consulting Private Limited. Also, Mr. Karunakun Raju, who's the founder and CEO of Health Tech Infra. And finally, our moderator for this interesting conversation is Mr. Kosalaraman, who's the principal architect and managing director of InfraBreeze Project Management Consultants. So it's an interesting topic, designing the future, something that draws people's attention. Mr. Kosalaraman, I shall steal no more thunder. The stage is all yours. Please help us dissect this topic.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Okay, thank you for the nice introduction, Sunil. We'll get started. Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to welcome you all to the 19th edition of the Healthcare 360 Summit here in Chennai. At the very outset, I would like to thank ET Business Consulting for curating this important platform that brings together thought leaders, practitioners, innovators, and policymakers across the healthcare ecosystem. As a moderator of the very first panel of the summit, it is both a privilege and a responsibility to help set the context for our discussion today. The theme of this year's summit, that is green, resilient, and future-ready healthcare infrastructure that heals beyond the walls, could not be more relevant. Over the past few years, the world has witnessed unprecedented challenges. The pandemic reminded us that healthcare infrastructure is not just about efficiency, it must also be resilient. Climate change, extreme weather events remind us that hospitals are not only centers of healing, but lifelines for entire communities during crises. At the same time, digital innovation, AI, smart technologies are transforming how healthcare is delivered, extending care far beyond the four walls of a hospital. So today, designing healthcare infrastructure is no longer about just bricks and mortar. It is about creating spaces that are intelligent, adaptable, environmentally responsible, and most importantly, human-centered. So our first panel, which is the Designing the Future, Smart, Resilient Healthcare Infrastructure, will set the stage for the conversations ahead. When we say smart, we are talking about infrastructure that learns, that anticipates, that integrates technology seamlessly into care delivery. When we say resilient, we mean systems that are climate-proof, future-proof, patient-centric, hospitals that can withstand shocks yet remain sustainable, and healing environments. This is about imagining healthcare infrastructure that not only treats illness, but actively contributes to community well-being, sustainability, and long-term resilience. So as we begin, I would like to leave you with a few questions to reflect on. Question number one, how do we balance the promise of advanced technology with the need for compassionate human-centered design? Number two, how can green certification and sustainable designs move from being checklist to becoming embedded in the culture of healthcare delivery? And number three, and perhaps most importantly, how can India not just catch up, but actually lead the world in designing the hospitals of the future? I can say that we are doing a lot of very good hospitals right now, which competes with the US also, or the Western countries too. So, to explore these questions, I'm joined today by 6 distinguished panelists, leaders whom Sunil has already introduced, leaders who bring diverse perspectives from healthcare, design, technology, and operations. Together, we will not only discuss the challenges, but also highlight the opportunities in building smart and resilient healthcare infrastructure. I invite you all, and I expect about 100 plus delegates today to engage listen, challenge us with your question, because shaping the future of healthcare is a responsibility we all share. With that, let us begin our discussion. Thank you. Sunil, is there a mic? Or I can speak from here? It's there, huh? Okay. Hello, can you hear us? Yes. Yes, we have been given, unfortunately or fortunately, we've been given a very short time. It's going to be a rapid fire questions type. So this is a no sequence, but I'll go ahead with the first questions to Dr. Vijay. Dr. Vijay, my first question to you is, success in hospital design often involves multiple stakeholders. How do you balance the diverse expectations of administrators, physicians, investors, and staff to create a design that meets everyone's goals? So can you share an example where this collaboration worked well? You may take 2 minutes and you may respond to my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good morning. This is a very interesting thing because before we start the project, whatever we get a project brief, this defines everything what an architect or the project stands for. So typically, if you see as a world standard or thing, we consider 1,000 square feet per bed or slightly above, which is a standard protocol which is followed in most of the places. But when it comes to Indian hospitals, they juggle between somewhere 650, 700 square feet to 800 or 900. It depends on the real estate, land, the way the hospital has to be built and stuff. So once you typically break down the area, say if you're building a lakh of square feet, I'm just giving an example, 50 to 55% goes into your complete clinical requirement. Around 25% to 30% goes into your circulation or buffer spaces, depending on the flow plate or the design which you do. Around 10% goes into your administrative or support services and stuff, and another 10% typically what we call it as a non-patient area, like your waiting areas, restaurants, cafes, and all those stuff. So this is where an architect or a medical planner basically has to balance between all the stakeholders and see where you can do. So always there is a commercial pressure from the investor, if the brief is from the investor, that they want to maximize the number of beds in a given square feet. Similarly, if you see a clinical promoter, when he gives you a brief, the requirement on the clinical side is very huge. They sometimes tend to over-design or overdo the things. Similarly, when an administrator gives a brief, he is always looking at the support services, staff areas, and other things which has to be taken care. So it depends again on the segment of the hospital which you are serving, high-end 400 or 500 bed hospital, or a medium scale 100, 150 bed hospital, or a small scale. So depending on this, we usually try and negotiate with the stakeholders to get a proper design program out of it. So coming to a few live examples, a few years back when we designed, when we were part of one of the corporate hospital in Chennai itself, we had clinicians who had already briefed. They had given 18,000 square feet for blood bank and lab. Can you believe that was a kind of briefing which went in, it was designed in that way. So we had to negotiate, but we couldn't let go much because it was already reserved kind of stuff. Similarly, last 6 months back, I was in discussion with the CMD of a pediatric care chain. So the brief which he gave, who is a doctor, who has become a CEO or a good administrator, and who knows what is an ROI and stuff now after building 20, 22 hospitals. The way the briefing which he gave, the amount of areas to be distributed. Simple example. So he said we have experienced a lot in IVF. So IVF within a pediatric or a mother and child hospital, he didn't allow us to plan more than 650 square feet. That was how very stringent he was. Even though he was a clinician, he said this is more than enough because this is the maximum ROI I get. The kind of briefing which he gave from his kind of thing. So it really gave a very balanced thing. So I always say the project is led by the guy who gives you the brief. So promoter, investor, doctor, or an administrator. Yeah.
That's very good, Dr. Vijay. That's where they start, right? My question next would be to architect Preeti Pendarkar. And the question is, hospital construction involves navigating complex components from regulations to end user needs. What challenges have you faced in aligning design intent with real world execution, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, thanks so much. A very interesting and a pertinent question. Healthcare is, as you would all agree, one of the most complex building typologies. Because you end up balancing diverse user requirements, strict regulatory requirements, the provider's vision, providing a specialized infrastructure, keeping up with changing technologies, and the list just goes on. So as a healthcare designer, we need to kind of balance all of these nuances while designing a hospital. As a global healthcare design firm, Canon Design has designed a lot of different types of healthcare projects. And if I were to lay these projects in a spectrum, on one end, I would put the greenfield projects where you get to design on a clean slate, where probably the healthcare provider is entering the healthcare market for the first time, and there is no user group to derive experiences from. And on the other end of the spectrum would be an existing hospital or a brownfield project where you've been tasked with renovating an existing hospital or adding an expansion to an existing hospital, where you all would agree that adding to an existing hospital is extremely challenging because you really can't disrupt the day-to-day functioning and operations of a hospital. So, these two extremes and everything in between. So, staying true to your design intent through all of these different types of projects is challenging, but it's also one of the key responsibilities of a healthcare designer and the design team. So what I would say is that the strategies, 4 key strategies that we keep in mind and try to apply on projects are, firstly, I would say that even before starting with the design process or getting to the design board, what we need to do is zoom out a little bit, and I would definitely advocate for a visioning workshop with the stakeholders, with the key stakeholders, to understand what the long-term vision of the facility is. And this is the discussion when phasing strategies, expansion strategies, operational goals of the project are discussed. And this is soon followed by a master planning and a programming effort where all of these requirements are crystallized and a solid foundation is laid out. And this framework actually provides guidance for the rest of the design phases that follow. So I would say that definitely try and get that audience with your stakeholders when you start out with the design process so that it becomes a guiding light for you. Secondly, I would say that involving the right stakeholders at the right time is also key. Of course, you need to have a good partner on the other side, that's a strong project manager or a project director from the client side who is able to facilitate all of these key discussions. User groups generally bring with them a lot of good experiences and lessons learned too, which need to inform the design process. As hospital designers, we know that design does not happen in isolation. It has to happen hand in hand and in close collaboration with all of these important stakeholders. Thirdly, I would say flexibility is key. whatever you come up with, make sure that, you are designing a flexible framework. So with flexibility, what happens is you're able to take care of the immediate needs of the client, because we all know that, hospitals changes keep evolving, or the hospital needs keep evolving, and there are short-term needs that one needs to take care of. But if you have a flexible framework, we are able to take care of short-term needs with the long-term goals in mind. And last but not the least, as a true architect, I would say that, God lies in the details. And definitely, you need to make, space in the schedule for documentation as well as, detailing, because unless and until the design team actually focuses on converting, their vision into buildable, documents or constructible documents, it's not really going to work out into, actual vision or actual reality. So definitely, I mean, these are some few key points that I would recommend keeping in mind. That's having a master planning exercise as you start out, building on a flexible framework. Thirdly, involving the key stakeholders at the right time. And fourth is, making time for documentation and detailing as a part of the whole process.
Thank you, Preeti, for your comprehensive response. That was very nice. And my next question is to Mr. Sanjay. Sanjay, when planning greenfield hospitals, what factors should drive the decision between building a new versus leasing and optimizing existing infrastructure? Can you share a case where this choice significantly impacted growth?
Yeah, hi, good morning. In abundance. So for example, you want to build a 100-bedded hospital. We need at least 50 to 70,000 square feet of space. Do we buy land and construct it? If we need to buy land, how much of land do we need? When you're looking at an FSI of 2, 2.5, we need a lot of land to buy. And it's almost physically impossible to aggregate that much land inside the city. So what happens? People go outside of the city. When they go outside of the city, they need to understand what the market dynamics are. What is the catchment area? First of all, do we need a hospital in such areas? So that's why I always recommend to a lot of people, okay, listen, instead of trying out something, especially a new entrepreneur, new entrant to the market, I would say, find a building inside the city, let's rent it out, start it. And then, because we can definitely kickstart a brownfield project and get it running 50, 60,000 square feet in 5-7 months' time. So that would quickly let the entrepreneur understand what is the market, what is the footfalls they're getting, how are they doing, how the operations work, how's the admin working. Clinically, they'll understand what's going on. So by then, we can always push for a greenfield project after they understand the business model. So we always say it's faster, cheaper, and quicker to get a brownfield project up and running rather than a greenfield project. Right now I'm doing a greenfield project. It's in the design phase. It's been going on for the last 8 months because the land had to be aggregated. By the time they bought one piece of land, then they understood, okay, before the building is up, the requirement has doubled in size, So keep on aggregating land, keep on doing the designs, and then after it goes for approval, we understood that there's a lot of issues in getting the approvals for it because you got to get NOCs from the neighbors and all that. So before you do get a piece of land to start construction, make sure that you can get the approvals for it. Because there's no point buying a land and then understanding, okay, I have to go and get 150 NOCs from apartments, and getting that would take years. So by then, you've already invested the money and your timeline has been pushed maybe 3-4 years if you look at it. So these are some of the difficulties. And in terms of growth, in brownfield also there's issues where, certain hospitals don't expect to do quite well fast. So by the time you open 3 months later, 4 months later, it's already maxed out. So now what? There's no scope of expansion in a brownfield project. So then we have to go and look for another building and then try to expand the operations, in separate buildings nearby. Is that possible? 90% of the time not possible because your operational costs will go high, your expenses will go high, then we have to calculate the complete infrastructure costs as well. So in that way, we look at it, it's difficult to expand quickly in the same building in a brownfield project. It is definitely not modular. We cannot keep expanding as we feel. So that is something you always have to look forward to and understand before you take up a project.
Very important, Sanjay. You know, some of them, you know, the conversion itself takes about a year minimum, right? Land conversion. Thank you, Sanjay. My next question is to architect Karunakaran. The question is, what are the major technological game changers that will shape hospital design and infrastructure by 2030, which is 5 years from now?
Yeah, hi. Thanks. So, I think technology is oft spoken by everyone, but hospital infrastructure or making a project today has so much coming in the last 3 decades I've been practicing. So the need is amplified because of the diverse stakeholders. I mean, there is a promoter and an investor who have different pointers, and there is an administrator and a doctor, clinicians. They have a different perspectives. And finally, the user and the staff on ground. I mean, the patient and the staff. So they need to help each other. So what we need is, when we plan a hospital, we need a framework where all these, leaders of the various stakeholder agencies or companies, they have to come together. Most often, I've worked with large corporate groups, and I mean, for example, the CFO, he wants so many numbers which, as designers and architects, we are not able to reel out. I mean, decades ago, when somebody wants a data, because everyone wants so much of data, the teams in a hospital project. So for a consultant to reel out all the data with the ever-changing planning and design, I mean, it was next to impossible. So if you look at, I'll give an example of a tool called Health Facility Guidelines, which is an online tool, which I guess it's from Australia, and the Indian government has ported online. So that's one of the amazing tools I would recommend for everyone here. If you really want to plan a hospital, even before you start planning, when you do the programming with the various stakeholders, you could bring them all to a space requirement. You have a business plan or a DPR. So converting a DPR into a building, before even we start the design, you have this kind of a programming tool, we call it, the Health Facility Guidelines of India. So that's an amazing tool you could use to put your functional brief and the space program together. So that's the first step I would recommend once there is a DPR in place. So then you start planning. I mean, whether it's a master planning or the conceptual planning, where again the various team players. For example, most often the one who's missed out in the early stages is the operator. Because today, if you look at mid-sized corporates, the promoters and operators can be two different agencies. Somebody can invest, and the operator could be a mid-sized healthcare corporate who run and take it and run it. I mean, who don't invest, but they run it. So connecting these two, most often they are apart by 2-3 years. The planning starts 3 years ahead of time, and the operator is normally thought about after a couple of years. But now we have something like Drawfus. Drawfus is a tool from Ireland, which is an amazing facility data tool. It's a highly data-centric tool which connects the BIM and design software. So it brings the experience of a leading corporate or healthcare service provider. The whole lot of data like biomedical or or even the operational energy consumption data, which is made available to the designers at an early stage. The second point I would recommend. Now, of course, there is a massive disruptive change happening in construction and the facility management teams. So when we connect all this, the entire the process of making a facility, right from a project reporting or a market study to commissioning stages, the BIM is taking a center stage, I would say. I hope even the doctors and other stakeholders out here, you're aware of, instead of CAD, over the last 2 decades, the building information modeling is an amazing tool which provides millions of data. I mean, you want any information, it's available. And so the designers today, we have come together, we work around BIM. I mean, the implementation in India has been pretty slow. I mean, even after 2 decades of this technology having come into India, the adaptation is much less. So it's for us to know the importance of it and connect all the stages and have a digital seamless information flow. Once we have it, I would say the making of a project or a facility, especially a healthcare facility, with complex machines and complex service providers, they would be on a round table. We call that a very democratic decision making can happen. And ever-changing business models, we can be adaptive and we could be, I mean, the whole planning, design and construction can be made in such a way it's expandable and changeable. So all this digital information becomes an asset, I would say. As much as you create a physical asset, you could create a digital asset which would ideally, and it can even result in your couple of % of EBITDA, I would say. When a healthcare operator runs the hospital, it can result in certain amount of life cycle profitability, I would say, like the energy saving, which is a very tangible, obvious thing. But if you look at the whole lot of service delivery, I mean, the workflows, the way the patient moves, especially with the app era, so there is many staffing could be reduced, which eventually change the way the hospital is designed as well. So what we suggest is, if you put this 3, 4, 5 technologies together, the first is the framework, the programming health facility guidelines tool, which is online from the Government of India. And the second is something like the facility data providing tool like Drawfers or Akobe standards. And today the engine of design is the BIM. And the BIM also expands to the construction stage with the construction scheduling and other softwares. So the end-to-end digital platform can be set up when any promoter is setting up a DPR, I would say, a project report, I would say. I mean, that's a suggestion I would make. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Karunagaran. I agree with you that programming is a very important aspect when you start a project. There is a proverb loosely translated as we are trying to fit an elephant inside a pot. Okay, that's what happens in most of the projects. In Tamil, paana ulla yana vekkira madri. So if you start well up front, I think you should be able to get a pretty good program for your hospital. Thank you. And my next question is to Architect Siddharth Puri. Siddharth, I have a question for you. The question is, what's one common misconception about hospital construction that you wish people would understand? You got 2 minutes. Sorry. Sunil is looking at me, so.
Okay. So at Wardforce, since we're a focused healthcare design firm, we see a vast spectrum of clients, from the PE fund who's getting into healthcare the first time and has been there for quite a bit, the doctor who wants to start up, all the way to, family-run businesses or ones that are, kind of trying to establish businesses that are now trying to get backed up by PEs. But the one thing that I wish, so it's basically less experience, the first time builder, to somebody who's done a lot. So I think the one thing that I wish, and this is a little bit more geared towards the people who are kind of getting into healthcare infrastructure the first time, and is that putting a healthcare infrastructure system has, elements, medical planning, the architecture, interior design, your 3 or 4, your engineering components and your structure. There are these 4 or 5 components. Now, I'd like people to think of it almost like a Rubik's Cube. So now the biggest, I think, challenge we face is that people feel, the way that if you deal with a Rubik's Cube, you cannot solve it one face at a time. I cannot do the green face first, then do the yellow, then do the blue. So the way to solve it is that I will have to do all 6 faces at the same time. But what seems to happen is that people feel like, just as an example, you give me the structure first, we'll do the MEP coordination later. So especially in the pre-tendering stage, in the pre-tender stage, I am sorry, I'm not trying to make your life difficult. I am not trying to complicate the whole thing for any, for any other reason. But sir, there is no, or ma'am, there is no way around it. I'll have to solve that Rubik's Cube in its entirety. Otherwise you will have problems later. You can spend time on this, solving those problems now, or you can then spend time and money doing it at site, where your MEP engineer will come in, ask to lift the duct by 3 inches, run your, suddenly your fire pipe, you will have to redo, take the whole thing out. It'll come back to you. So, and just taking from what Preeti said towards the end is that, there is no way around spending time on paper. We do the best we can to kind of speed up the process, but there is no way around it. You'll spend that time and money either today or you will spend it tomorrow at site, where it will be far more expensive. So that's like one thing that, the person who's kind of doing it for the first time, I wish they would kind of understand, and we try and push back. The only little exception I'll make at times is for brownfields, where even a system or the person that I'm dealing with has experience, they will have funders pressure, and they'll really want us to rush things, and we do our best to try and break down the systems into subsystems and try our best to solve it as separately as we can. But yeah, I mean, to keep it short, that is one thing. It's a Rubik's Cube that has to be solved at the same time. I'm sorry. There's no other agenda here. None at all. I know they'll look at the architect thinking this guy is trying to, God knows what agenda he has. He's trying to make my life difficult. He's complicating this whole process for me. My local architect told me very easy, I can finish it in 2 months. No, I'm sorry. It is just how it is.
Thank you, Siddharth. It's a very good example that I've given as a Rubik's Cube. Maybe I'll buy one on my way back to office now. Okay. The next question I have is for Mr. Rajarajan. The question is, modularity is key to future-proofing healthcare infrastructure. What innovative modular design strategies have you or seen that enhances flexibility and scalability in hospitals?
Yeah, good morning all. So it's a very interesting panel. I have all the people who will be on the other side of the table, and I am always on the other side, talking with them, telling the design brief, or getting the vision design out so that we build a project which would last for longer. So today in the world of healthcare, running hospitals, we talk of sub-millimeter accuracy in many of the treatments, especially in cancer treatments and stuff. So today, building a hospital has come into that mode. That's why this panel, as Sir said, putting the Rubik's Cube together, so this panel makes a lot of sense. So today we do a lot of things for modularity because the cost of retrofitting is high, or if you build additional spaces, your initial project cost goes high. So you need to balance between those two. There are a lot of techniques, technology, which you can take it. There are living examples. Many organizations have started using it. One of it is the volumetric facility built patient pod modules. We have one factory here in Krishnagiri, which is doing that, KF TAPI. So they are building these modular. In fact, for me, the first introduction of this was in one of the Kerala conferences I attended 10 years back, where we were talking about this modular room with motion sensor. Even if the patient steps down, automatically it would alert the nurse, and it would also, lights are switched on automatically, reduces patient fall, and this entire room can be modularly attached and it was coming from Germany back then, was costing between 18 to 25 lakhs based on the different this thing. But today, those are being built here in Chennai. If you even look at prefabricated ones, last week in our project, which we are doing between Vijay and me at Andhra Pradesh, so I'm there at the other end. So we had gone to China to get a lot of items, prefabricated or, there are many hospitals. Even when one of our mentors, he built one entire hospital with the help of prefabricated items, sourced and stuff. So plug and play models are the options which would reduce a considerable amount of time. We also look at acuity adaptable universal rooms. Last week, as a matter of fact, we were discussing about the positive isolation room and the negative isolation room, whether we would like to have it as two separate built units, or at a flip of a switch, we can moderate between a positive and a negative. Yashoda is building what they claim to be South Asia's first modular ICU. So these are all things. Even IIT has started something called as a Medicab project. So it helps in rapid deploying and portable modular units. They have actually shipped it to Bilaspur, Amravati, Pune, Jalna, IIT Madras, the very city where we are seated. So there's a lot of things. We saw COVID, how containerized mobile units for disaster surge response. A lot of hospitals built external facility for COVID. Some in India, some this thing. There were, in Pune, there was a hospital you took up and converted into a complete IT area, converted into a hospital using modular functionalities and stuff. So all this is possible as the most important thing is the user centricity, and unfortunately in project management, the user centricity over the phases changes from the promoters to the administrators, to the nurses, doctors, technicians, the housekeepers, and most importantly, the patient and the patient attendant. Today, it is proven fact that customer experience is directly proportional to your ROI. So it is important to have that user centricity point attached to all your planning. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, Mr. Rajarajan. Thank you so much for your well-curated response. Now we have about 10 minutes left, and Mr. Sunil is looking at me, get it done faster. But I have some more questions for you, if you don't mind. This is my second round, and you have only 1 minute to answer. It's a kind of a rapid fire. So my first question on my second round is to Dr. Vijay. Scalability and adaptability are crucial for future hospital designs. How do you envision hospital construction evolving to prioritize efficiency while remaining adaptable to emerging healthcare demands?
So to quickly wrap it up, this is always a challenge. Most of the time when we start a design, and by the time it goes for execution, it is minimum version 10 or 12 or beyond that which happens. So always hospital designs are very dynamic. It keeps changing depending on the key doctors they want to hire or the department which they want to start. Sometimes we start as a multi-speciality, end up as a cardiac driven or a different vertical driven. So once you are at a MEP stage or interior stage, a consultant comes or things change. So that's where the entire design go for a toss. So So coming to modularity and flexibility for the future, see, usually when hospital starts, it ramp ups very slowly. In the sense, even though it's a 300 bed or a 400 bed hospital, the occupancy starts with 80, 100. Then after 6 months, it moves to close to 150, 200, and then goes to 300. Once you are planning something, you have to plan a complete hospital on a bigger module, and then rearrange the spaces for smaller size operations. And as your occupancy goes up and as your clinical programs get frozen, few of the spaces can be released and done accordingly. And also flexibility, we get more when it is a greenfield project. In a brownfield project, it's very difficult to modulate between departments or scalability. And the third part is, how do you take the non-clinical areas away from the main building or thing when you have to make space for more clinical activity later? If this is planned upfront, then I think we have enough flexibility for the future.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. I think we may have taken extra time. So let us pause for a few minutes and see if the audience have some questions for us. Anyone from the audience have any questions for us?
Hi, good morning, panel. It was a great discussion. So my question is to Dr. Vijay. So it was an interesting perspective which you explained at the beginning, from the administration perspective, the promoter perspective, on the clinical perspective. And later, when the project starts, there could be the requirements coming up from the architect side, the design side, and all those things. So as a medical planner, or if you take the position of a project head, I mean, you explain the importance of on a project head kind of thing. How will you navigate through all these requirements? How will you benchmark? I mean, there could be requirements flowing from all those perspectives. Someone will be prioritizing on clinical, someone will be on the numbers, someone will be on usability, someone will be on the constructability, all those kind of things. How will you conclude on a project on all those perspectives? What will be your baseline on concluding the design, considering all the requirements? I mean, just to understand your thought on this.
So quickly, I would like to give a recent example which we are doing a project. So in phase 1 or first briefing, the project CFO and the group CEO gave us a brief at 30,000 square feet level that this is their clinical requirement, this is what number of beds, and this is how they want to function. Then we did one of the small master planning. Then the second round of discussion happened with the administrative head and the clinical head. So there was what we say, changes of things which happened by another 30%. Now the third round is happening at level 3, where the HODs or clinical managers or nurses and other guys are giving the brief. And luckily for me, in this project, they said we will get the clinicians last. So that's how we have to drive or navigate through. And as you said, the decision maker or the project director is very important. See, most of the time these projects get stuck in arbitrary or what we say hierarchy of decision making. Somebody should put foot down and say this is how we want to proceed or go. Otherwise, there is no decision making happening. You send it to clinical team puts it to the operations team, then the finance team comes back. So there is a lot of thing happening. I think you have to mediate, and also as a head of project or architect, if you can guide and bring it to a closure, it will be easy.
Any more questions from the audience? Yes, please.
My name is Mohit from ECA, and the question is to the panelists. So, like I understood that how you plan a hospital from the architecture point of view and a project management point of view. So when you plan a hospital, what is your take on a tech? So I'm sure the tech is equally important. So how do you decide like what is the priority? And especially in an AI world, what are the parameters you evaluate the tech partner, etc.? So would love to know your thoughts, like how hospital is thinking on the tech front.
Can you say to who this question is addressed to, please?
Anyone can answer. Anyone can take it.
Whoever is tech savvy here can take it.
It's all we are concerned with, you know, from an infrastructure point of view, tech comes to us mostly at the end point. You know, I mean, I'll take it through the, not the last system, but the connectivity part of it, how it is integrated. Now, the actual tech itself, until and unless, you know, you're providing a comprehensive service, it is still something that we are still reliant on the client to come up with. You know, we can come up with the subsystems. You know, so where your infrastructure ends, we are the last receptacle at this point of time. Other than the tech we actually use to design, you know, to coordinate the data that we are analyzing, but other than that, it's primarily driven by the client.
All right.
I don't know.
So like rightly said, so we are always kept in the dark when it comes to tech. So we maximize complete data usage, we give cameras everywhere, we go above and beyond to provide data points everywhere. So another thing what we also can do is we add the BMS system where in terms of MEP, we can monitor what is our power consumption, our water consumption, our heat load and all that we can monitor. So that's why, that's the tech we do in terms of infrastructure. So what I would suggest is, as hospital people, you guys should plan that well in advance and let us know what you need. So we do know for telemedicine, okay, yes, camera has to be in so-and-so distance, we need lighting so-and-so, we need so-and-so bandwidth of data. But apart from that, we're always kept in the dark till the very, very, very end, after opening, after, you know, inauguration, after you put the patient in, then something new always comes up.
See, we look at it modularly, taking leaf out of my last question. So first, with the projects team, we do the passive, we plan the active, and then we come into the tech integrations and, you know, the IoTs and even the HIMS and EMR with respect to the patient flow. So it's actually a parallel discussion in hospital, right when we start the hospital thing. I have a colleague who, they're building some few hospitals over here. He's from the technology field. So they've already started planning it and, you know, he was talking about some of the technologies that they are looking at it. The hospital is just still 1 year away, but the technology which has to be put into the hospital, how even the ambulances are connected via 5G devices. So all these are already planned. So modern hospitals, large-scale hospitals, do have the bandwidth to plan it all much earlier. But other hospitals, small, medium scale, they might take it up, you know, right at the fag end of the project phase. Thank you.
I think we came to the end of it. And Sunil, we have 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, for sure.
2 more minutes,
Please,
okay,
yes.
I need that.
Of course.
I'm going to pose a quick question to all the panelists. You know, what is the one, just give me one point that you would like to share with the audience here, one line, please, okay, that they should consider when they're designing or building their future healthcare infrastructure, starting from Siddharth, then we'll come all the way this side.
Hello. Yeah, so I think I kind of covered that. I just hope everybody remembers that Rubik Cube analogy. And the other thing is maybe at a macro level, remember that, you know, brownfield for speed and greenfield if you want legacy. So that's, I think, something that everybody, like, you know, when you're making the first decision, kind of think a little bit about that.
Thank you. Dr. Vijay?
So my thing is, you always have to assess your ROI, return on investment, stick to what you want to invest, your business plan, and how is the returns going to happen. Because there are a lot of distractions which happens when you're doing a project. Somebody asks you to over-invest here, over-invest there, but always watch out on your budget and watch out on your ROI, return on investment. That will make your project more successful.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, healthcare design is all about being able to do two things very well all at the same time. One is like zooming out and zooming in. So as healthcare designers, we have to be very comfortable thinking about the big picture vision of the hospital. At the same time, also worry about that hand wash sink in the patient room and where it is located. So all of these different pieces, I would compare it to a jigsaw puzzle. If you have the vision of the ultimate picture in your mind, I think all the pieces will fall in place. Similar Rubik's Cube analogy, if you have the vision, all of the things will fall in place. So yeah, ability to zoom in and zoom out is very important.
Thank you. Sanjay? Your chance is over.
Because it is so personal to me, and I think everyone
Only
will
if
resonate.
only if Sunil accepts, actually.
Please spend a little bit of money, hire a professional, hire somebody who understands the business side of healthcare as well. The cousin or the uncle who has a CA practice, this is again for the first time entrepreneur, the cousin or the uncle who has a CA practice or is running a very successful industrial unit may not be able to help you in the way you think he or she can.
Quick comment, you do know that Rubik's can be solved in 30 seconds, right? Or less.
Sanjay?
Yeah, so I would say spending time and money now will save you time and money later in terms of projects. So don't cut corners in the beginning stage. Will help you run a smooth operations and save you much more time and money in future.
Thank you.
So we live in a VUCA world. We saw today or yesterday about the 100% tariff on pharma industry, which is going to have a huge impact across healthcare industry, ripples and ripples through the years. So going back to the theme of this event, to heal beyond the walls, we need hospitals that flex, shrink, grow, and move. And this can only happen when the infrastructure is resilient, and we need, there are big things unfolding as we are talking, climate action and sustainability, the kind of commitment which institutions have to have, the people have to have, the ownership teams have to take, and definitely the modular design which would help in, systemizing the cost, and also green, resilient, future-ready provision. All this is available around us. It's just as he had mentioned, we definitely need to have professionals to guide us through this project, and that would definitely help us make, go beyond walls that heals. Thank you.
I think have your consultants, architects, and CXOs as a strategic partner at the early stage of a project, at the planning stage, and establish the framework for life cycle, and have a roundtable for information sharing and decision making. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your patient listening. You have been an awesome audience, and thank you, panelists, for sharing such a wonderful insights with all your experience. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Can we please have a round of applause for the panelists? I'm sure that there are many more questions, but in the interest of time, that we have to take those questions offline. But I'd like to ask Mr. Rajan one question. Very quickly, yes or no? You spoke about how hospitals are becoming modular ICU. Who would have thought about that? Sanjay pointed out land is becoming a problem. Preeti pointed out details are becoming too much of a headache. Do you think the natural evolution is from modular to doorstep? Are we going to see doorstep ICU in the not too distant future? Yes or no?
Yes, definitely.
Doorstep.
Doorstep. In the house ICUs.
Okay.
Already in Delhi, there are home care institutions which are doing that. Okay. I'm sure in Chennai also it will start soon.
Okay.
We've had ex-chief ministers who had these kind of setups in their house already here in Chennai. So it's all possible.
Okay. I already had one for my mom, so it's a medical ICU at home. So.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Thank you. We spoke so much about the Rubik's Cube. So happens that my solving time is about 30 to 40 seconds. And I know that you can solve a Rubik's Cube easily with the help of a formula. It's not that difficult. If you know the formula, it's extremely easy. And the reason why I mention this is because It so happens that the next item on the agenda is going to be several partner presentations. So think of it as a formula. If you want to develop a world-class facility, you need to have the right kind of partners, as our panelists pointed out. And the right kind of partners will bring to you the right kind of products/formula that you need to implement in order to develop a world-class facility on time and on budget. And some of the partners that we have with us today are going to showcase some of the latest and most innovative products that they have to offer to the healthcare sector here. And it's going to be very interesting for all of you and all of us here in the ballroom today to take a look at what these innovative products are. So we're going to start with our first partner presentation. I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Sargunam, who's the Vice President of Marketing at Ramco Industries Limited. And today, Ramco Industries is going to showcase the Hilux product, which is their latest, their flagship product. And I shall speak no more about it. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Sargunam, who's the Vice President of Marketing from Ramco Industries.
Yeah, very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Ramco Industries Limited, we welcome you all to this 19th edition of Healthcare 360 Summit in Chennai. I'll quickly run through about our company and the product categories which we are into. So I'll just get into the presentation. So Ramco Industries Limited, we are one of the pioneers in the field of green dry construction. And as you know, compared to conventional constructions, green dry constructions are quicker, lighter in weight, and it gives you more carpet space. And Ramco Industries Limited is part of Ramco Group, which is USD $1.25 billion group, and with varied interests in cement, textiles, renewable energy, and software. We have 3 listed entities, the Ramco Cements Limited, Ramco Systems Limited, and Ramco Industries Limited. And with specific reference to Ramco Industries Limited, we are into building material products. Having about 4,000 plus employees, about 12 manufacturing units, 10 in India and 2 in Sri Lanka. Hope you are able to see the presentation if the chairs are there. Okay, I'll quickly run through, not an issue. So we do, apart from having a 4,000 plus dealer network in India, we are a very strong player in India for marketing calcium silicate boards especially, which is one of our flagship products. And we do export to about 50 plus countries. And with specific topic on healthcare, how our products can be useful. As all of you know, you are all experts in the field of healthcare, and these are few best practices I'm sure you all would be following it. Actually, like keeping the places clean and away from dirty places, and air pollution, obviously we need to control, because we treat open wounds and surgeries, ICUs. So, and these are all few challenges and risks in the hospital setup or in a healthcare infrastructure. Basically, we need to deal with fungus, sanitation. We need to keep the places clean. It should be away from termites and borers. And obviously, we should have a peaceful environment for the patients to quickly recover, so without any noise and sound pollution. Obviously, it should be safe from fire and water seepage and fungal growth. And therefore, the right product for healthcare, we suggest it would be for calcium. It will be the calcium silicate board, which can be used for drywall partitions, ceilings, and grid ceilings. And we are the only manufacturer of calcium silicate board in entire South Asia. And it is made of basically hydrated lime. And unlike gypsum boards, there is basically gypsum is basically sandwiched between the layer of papers, back papers we call it as. So it is not very dimensionally stable product, but whereas this is made of hydrated lime with a mix of aggregate cellulose fibers and special additives. And since this is made of autoclave hatch-check process, so it passes through a very high degree of temperature, moisture content is low, and therefore it is very dimensionally stable product. In calcium silicate board, one is the boards, which comes from 6 mm to 16 mm thickness. Sizes varies from 8x4, 4x4, 6x4 and 2x2. And 2x2, it comes in the form of tiles, which can be used for both acoustic and for aesthetic purpose. And the basic the properties, if you ask us that what is so special about Hylex, it's a superior substitute to gypsum, plywood and MDF. So in what ways? So it prevents microbial growth because it does not have any wood or paper content in the board, and it is completely autoclaved product. So this is one important future where the healthcare industry can consider, because it will be very useful. And again, there is no organic material in this product. It's completely inorganic minerals. So there is completely termite proof. You can say even borers, no chance, because there are no cellulose materials. And compared to plywood and gypsum, the density is almost 3 times more. And therefore, it gives you excellent acoustic property. The transmission class varies between 39 to 56 decibels, and NRC, as per the system design, it can achieve from 0.3 to 0.85 noise reduction coefficient. And it is completely a water resistant product. Even if you soak this board in the water for so many days or even for months together, when you take it out, allow it to dry, it quickly comes back to its original shape and size. So it's dimensionally stable product. In case of alternative boards like plywood, MDF or gypsum board, it absorbs water, it bulges, and once it is dried, so it cannot get back to its original shape and size. So there will be sagging, there will be warpage, so there will be bulge in the product. So these are all the challenges which you face in the alternative board products. And as a system, this is the only board which gives you 4 hours fire rated partitions. And as I said, this board can be used for various applications: partition and wall paneling, seamless sealing, grid sealing, and for duct encasement applications. And in Hylex itself, we have one more variant called Hylex Lite, which is a lightweight calcium silicate tile, which is recently launched. This is again comes in various designs and NRC values. You would have seen some specifications which says that 15 mm tegular edge densified tile with an NRC of 0.5 and a K value of 0.043 and a light reflectance of 75% above. So this is the ideal product. This meets all that specification which is there, especially in government hospitals and CPWD and state PWD hospitals. This is the spec they follow for hospitals, for sealing, sorry. And this is one more product, which is high density fiber cement board. So this conforms to type A category 4 board, because the normal fiber cement board, which we are generally using for drywall partitions, it is actually not a type A board, it is type B category 3 board, which is not exactly to be used for external applications, whereas high density board is specifically meant for external applications, let it be facades, duct covering, and even it can be used for mezzanine floor applications also. So I'm just quickly running through a few of the applications: high traffic areas, impact prone areas, even in hospital lobbies where wheelchairs or stretchers are moved. Those partitions can be made with this product. Mezzanine floors again, as I covered. And this is the normal medium density fiber cement board, which is a commodity which is available in the market from various players. So we are also manufacturing that, And this goes into many applications as shown in the image. So I'm just quickly running through. This can be used for partitions, walls, again roof underlay, wall cladding, so wall paneling, ceilings, even for fencing we use it, duct covering for high-rise buildings to cover up the service lines. So designer boards, and these are tiles and planks which can be used for again grid ceiling and duct covering areas. And we also have in Ramco a division called Ramco Smart Build, where we undertake the project on turnkey basis, and like we do supply and apply. Using our boards, we take the project on turnkey basis also, because there are some places where there are complicated designs, that 4 hours fire rating is required, or specific areas where it needs completely, it has to be insulated from sound and noise. So such kind of designs, we have our in-house design team, and we design, execute, and supply our own boards as well. And these are few fire certifications which we have got, because we do export to a lot of countries. So specific countries, they insist on certifications from the respective countries. So we have Thomas Wellbright, FSAI, and we have Qatar and Dubai Civil Defense certificates. And our product 4 hours fire rated system is certified by one of the reputed institute called PSB Singapore. And these are regular product quality certifications, ISI, CE, ISO, and SABS approved. And these are few green certifications. All our products are green certified product, and there is no formaldehyde like you have in plywood or MDF, and there is completely VOC free. And these are few national test setting centers. So this we call it as a product for every need. So this, all the products which I have presented now, it can be used for many applications. Either it is residential, healthcare, commercial, or hospitality sector. So this can be used. And these are our product categories which I have presented now. And as Mr. Sanjay rightly pointed out during the interaction, spend now so that you can save a lot in future. So with that I conclude that you can consider these kind of drywall construction products for the healthcare sector, which will benefit you in the long run. With that I conclude my presentation. Thank you, and our team members are there. So during the break and during the interaction session, you can always visit our stall for getting to know about our products further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sargunam, for showcasing the flagship product, Hilux Calcium Silicate Board from Ramco Industries. If you'd like to know all of the stats or all of the salient features of the product, of this high-tech product that you just heard, please feel free to pick up one of these brochures from the booth at the back of this hall from Ramco Industries. It's got all the numbers, all the stats, all the figures, and all the features that you're looking for that we just heard about. So, and of course, please feel free to reach out to the executives from Ramco Industries as well during the networking session. All right. Pivoting back to the discussion, the first panel discussion of the day, one of the important points was the air quality that is required to be maintained inside the hospital premises to ensure optimal recovery of the patients. It's extremely important that the patients breathe high-quality air, clean air, to aid the recovery process. Otherwise, that will severely compromise the patient recovery, which defeats the entire purpose. It so happens that our next partner presentation this morning, we have Mr. Deepak Nanware, who is the head of engineering and marketing of American Air Filtration International. Now, AAF International. American Air Filtration International is part of the Daikin Group. Daikin Group, as you know, is a very popular air conditioning brand. Right? And since we've already highlighted the importance of air quality, it's really interesting to know, what does AAF International have to offer us this morning to help us enhance the air quality of the hospital premises. So without any further ado, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Deepak Nanware.
Morning first session, the panel discussion was very interesting, and the design part or the execution part, what was highlighted by the fellow architects, was very eye-opening, specifically for the hospital owners, the hospital designers. And then I know that in between, when we have the partner presentations, sometimes we tend to lose the focus. But believe me, it's not a partner presentation. It's what we call as an awareness session. Because air is often neglected part of our life. What we eat, we try to see the labels, whether it is FSSAI certified. Even some people who are more health conscious go inside and see how much sugar, how much carb, how much proteins inside, or whether it's a gluten-free or not. When we drink water, we prefer to have a bottled water, mineral water. Some people go further extent to that, go for a specialized waters. But when we breathe the air, do we know what is the quality of the air we are breathing? There is no indicators available in real time. We can't see in the real time whether the air breathing, what we are breathing is safe or not. Unless and until we see that is a complete haze outside, or it's completely smoky or smog, then only we realize it is a pollution, it can affect us. Until that, we are happy to breathe whatever comes in our way. So coming to the part where we are there into, can you just take the display? We are majorly into pharmaceuticals, where we help the pharma manufacturers to get the medicines manufactured in the clean room. And the healthcare becomes the second important industry for us in terms of air cleanliness, to protect the patients from the potential infections, potential microbial or other bacteria infections when they are visiting the hospitals. So when we were talking about, I want to object one point, what one of the panelists said, is that non-patient areas. So when we say you are going to visit to a hospital, even for the OPD or even for the consultation or for the test, you never know who are from the visitors or the patient, who is carrying what bacteria, who is carrying what infection. So it's not only the operation theater which can be having the highest level of air quality, but even the secondary rooms, the ICUs or the general wards or even the patient wait areas has to be taken care when we design a facility. So, thank you. So, first of all, I want to thank all the healthcare professionals, starting from the designers to the doctors and all the staff inside the hospital. How we come over the pandemic, and I will say that India was affected very less compared to the global countries, and in the different forums I came to understand what I heard from our hospital owners or the professionals and the doctors, that we are in the top-notch quality in terms of healthcare facilities across the world. Given the limitations, in terms of number of hospitals, number of doctors per 1,000 people, or the facilities what are having space crunch, still we are managing to deliver better healthcare services to the patient across India. So one of the important aspects in hospitals is hospital-acquired infections. So what does that mean? In a simple language, you go for a treatment for a fever, and then you get caught with a cough, or maybe other thing. So the hospital-acquired infections are very common, and which can delay your discharge from the hospital, which can prolong your stay, which can increase your medical bills, which can increase the danger or even sometime a life threat to a patient. So most of the time it is common neglected, but if you see, the statistics are far beyond it. And the most vulnerable groups are the people who are recently undergone organ transplant, or who has been on a chemotherapy, or who has been gone through a brain surgery. So what are the silent spreaders? So mostly we see that in a given point, as I was mentioning, in the operation theaters with the guidelines from NABH or from the WHO or from the US CDC, we will be using the HEPA filters to avoid the contamination when we are operating a patient. But does that same cleanliness we are following up when we take the patient from OT to the recovery areas, to the ICUs? Because when they are in the ICUs or when they are recovering, mostly they will be on the immunosuppression drugs for the accepting the donated organ or to maybe support the chemotherapy. And in that point of time, it's a very high risk environment where any simple infection or simple bacteria can catch hold of the patient. So, as I mentioned, the common the people or who are high risk people into this, who has undergone the organ transplant, who has undergoing chemotherapies, or who has just recovered from the brain surgery. So at AF International, what we do, we protect people, we protect process, we protect equipments. So we are a 104-year-old company, started in US, now owned by Daikin Japan, and we are the largest manufacturer in the world for the air filtration solutions. So when we talk about the solutions, what can be implemented in the healthcare facilities, starting from the left, the expertise what we carry into the protection as well as the improvement of the facilities, about the proactive defense, that instead of putting more and more doses, putting more antibiotics or other thing, if we can reduce the bacteria or the virus load inside the premises, it can be worked as a proactive measure. Last is about beyond the compliance and setting up the new standards. As there was a mention about, the ROI is not only about getting more profit or more money, but the customer happiness, the customer satisfaction. So how this can be achieved? By creating a healthier environment inside a hospital facility, helping them to recover faster. So these are some products what I have highlighted, which can be used, which are already used in the hospital facilities. And there was a mention about a positive pressure room or a negative isolation room, or how we can be more modular. So in these cases, some of the products, what we have already helped the healthcare facilities to achieve the negative pressurization rooms, even to create the isolation rooms. And we have supplied multiple number of the projects in the retrofit cases, in the brownfield projects, when you don't have the provision to go for a major changes in the facility. Then the technologies what we are into, the HEPA, which is commonly used or made by the glass fiber filters. There are certain objections about the glass fiber filters, or when we do the cleaning or validation inside the OT, there are high risks that the HEPA can get failed. And you will not be able to know unless and until you go for the next validation. So now understand the risk. If you are doing the validation every 3 months, and if the filter fails, we don't know how many surgeries we have performed in a contaminated condition in the past 3 months. And that exposes the patient directly to the infections. So Daikin has a different product called membrane media, which can be replaced as a glass fiber media into the HEPA filters, which are more resilient, which are more stronger to the frequent cleaning of the OTs or frequent validations inside the OT. So when you do the disinfection and other thing, when you use H2O2 or other chemicals, which can impact the glass fiber filters. Apart from this, it's not only about having a good quality of the filter or good qualified professional surgeon. It's also about the monitoring. Whatever we have designed, whatever we have installed, is it working fine? The continuous monitoring will help us to understand whether the systems design are delivering what they required or not. Then the growth monitoring of the microbials. Some of the hospitals are doing this proactively. But then again, it's not only in the operation theater, in the secondary areas, in the recovery areas, in the ICUs, also we need to check what is the microbial growth happening inside that. And most of the cases, other than the surface inspection, the contamination flows through the particles, and the particles are very small, which can be removed by the filtration only. You cannot use any other thing to remove the particles which are flying in the air. and no virus or bacteria, or even when we are talking about the earlier presentation about the microbes or the spores and mold, which will not fly on its own. It will be needing some particle as a carrier to move from one place to another place. So when the air conditionings are working, so these particles will keep moving, and that can be coming to your breathing zone, or you can breathe it while normal recovery stages. So apart from this, about regular cleaning of the ducts, because we have seen after installation, hardly anybody sees or inspect the ducts inside. And ducts breeding, the ducts becomes a breeding ground for the microbial as well as the mold growth inside the facilities. Then validation and compliance, that as not only the NABH guidelines, but as a service provider, we ourselves has to be keep that our systems are working, our systems are performing or delivering what it has been meant for, what it has been designed for. I have seen facilities where the filters are not validated for even 1 year or more than that, or not replaced even after seeing that the filters has been failed into the performance. Then the strengthening in the partnership, as there was a mention about getting the architect or the planner on the board at the early stage of the project designing. Similarly, I will request the fellow designers to get a good MEP partner or the experts on the board to understand about the challenges involved in terms of performance, because I know there is a lot of pressure on the budgets, on the profitability, as well as on the timelines. But when you design the facility correctly, it will help you to save on the long run. Then some of the products or the case study where as the COVID approach or started, there was a major demand that how we can keep our facilities safe or we can isolate the people. There was a recent case about in a brownfield project where normal rooms they wanted to convert into the negative isolation rooms. So we have provided the solutions across where we help them to achieve the required conditions inside the room, whether it's a positive or a negative. And we have been supplied to International Space Station, Apollo mission, and I think so we are the leading suppliers to the Indian hospitals, not only the operation theater cleanups, but even the regular filters for the air handling units. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deepak. It so happens that, as a bit of an outsider for the healthcare sector, I was doing a bit of research about how this business works, and I happened to stumble across the fact that hospital-acquired infections, something which you pointed out, are amongst the highest in India. If you look at the ratio, how many acquired infections versus how many inpatients, the ratio is very high over here in India. This happens to be high-level statistics, high-level research. So how far it's true, we don't know. Maybe we have to dissect further. But it highlights the undisputable fact that hospital-acquired infections are a menace, and that's something that with your products and with your services, we're able to curb the menace. So thank you very much for highlighting that. And if you'd like to know more about AAF International, please reach out to Deepak and the team. They're available here in the ballroom and during the networking sessions as well. Well, apart from clean air, it's also important for the hospitals to have clean water and water flowing smoothly to the areas where it needs to be, and the water circulation has to be constant. And for this to happen efficiently, there needs to be a robust piping system. And that is the reason why our next partner presentation this morning is from Mr. Rohit Joshi, who's the influencer of development at Astral Pipes. Astral Pipes, as we pointed out earlier, is India's #1 CPVC and UPVC piping brand, and your one-stop solution for anything related to pipelines, water pipelines. Without any further ado, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Rohit Joshi from Astral Pipes to showcase their latest innovations for the hospital sector.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Rohit Joshi from Astral Pipes, and I want to present here some of the important products, as you have seen in the previous session, and also he mentioned with the clean air, clean water is also important. And I will add one more line which I used to say in such kind of healthcare events. Ki, for a good human health, it is very much important to have good veins and good arteries. So for the same, we can compare the same thing with the building and infrastructure segment of any healthcare, or we can say healthcare building or hospital. Ki if you are going to construct a hospital and if you are using a very good quality of pipes, fittings and different type of water storage solutions, and as well as the drainage pipes mainly I will highlight here, and additionally the fire sprinkler pipes. So these will act like a good veins and arteries of that particular building, and it will function very well. If you are spending too much on the infrastructure, but if piping is not well considered, so it may create a problem of seepage and issue with the drainage and some coagulations and all these things. So I want to highlight here only 4 important products which are very much useful in case of healthcare buildings. But before that, I want, within 1 minute, I will highlight the profile of the company that we started in 96 with first of our product as a CPVC in India, which were the first time introduction of CPVC in India. Then this is the current scenario that we are having around 9,000 of the people on board, and we have a complete pan-India network. We are supplying all solutions like water supply, drainage, sewerage, rainwater harvesting, then fire sprinkler, different type of PEX piping systems and all these things. Then this is our entire product portfolio. Besides pipe, now we are having faucets and sanitary wares as well, means which is again the important part of any healthcare building. So different type of WCs, wash basin, health faucet and all now we are having. Starting from the regular range to super premium range, we are having different type of varieties and with different type of automations. Then we are the torch bearer in the category, means CPVC for the first time we have introduced, then lead-free UPVC, then copper shield technology in the water tanks, then fire sprinkler system, DWC pipe for the first time in India. So this is about the company profile. Without wasting the time, I will go to the first product, which is very much important when we consider any drainage system in the hospital. So hospital waste will include different type of chemicals, cleaning agents, then sometimes some pharmaceuticals, blood and urine and different type of things which can react with each other once it is going to a drainage system. What happened to this? When it will go to the drainage system. So chemical composition and chemical reactivity is the main function when we consider any drainage system in a hospital. Secondly, we need a silent environment in hospital. Suppose it is an operation theater or a room where the patient is laying or sitting, whatever. So we need a silent environment, and in this case we are offering this pipe. It is having the brand name of Silencio. Its noise level will be below 10 decibel and it is having the density of 1.9 gram. Simply saying कि once it is installed, if somebody is flushing the toilet or any waste is passing through the pipe, it will not creating any noise. The noise will not come out of the pipe. Pipe will take care of the all the noises, and it will become a silent pipe. Additionally, this is not PVC, it is a polypropylene, and it is with 3 layers. So this is a complete replacement of cast iron pipe which we were conventionally using, and nowadays we generally use PVC pipe for drainage application. So Silencio is a complete replacement of that, and it will come up with 3 layers. So these all problems will be solved with this 3-layer technology. So it is a polypropylene, means additional benefit we get, it is 95 degrees Celsius temperature it can withstand. So if boiling water, if we are using some hot water and chemicals in hospital, it will sustain with 100% suitability, and we have a 25 years warranty on this product against any of the manufacturing defect. So 25 years warranty is also the first time in the category, and this is not in India, this is globally, that on any particular pipe we are giving 25 years warranty. This is first time in the world. So this pipe will be very much useful and suitable for any healthcare infrastructure or hospital which is getting constructed. So this was the first pipe. I will repeat the name: Silencio, Astral Silencio. It is a polypropylene and it is coming with a 3-layer. So the main highlights are that it will be silent in nature, it can withstand up to 95 degrees Celsius, and with all the chemicals, pharmaceuticals and waste which is getting created or getting out from the hospital environment. Then these are some of the lines where we have installed in the hospital. You can do it in a suspended lines as well. These are having all the certifications, all the standards wherever required in any of the building, not only hospital, with all the buildings. And additionally, we are having the maximum size up to 250 mm. We have installed this pipe in some of the hospital important I have listed here. So AIMS Hospital, Zydus, Kokilabein, Leelavati, Midland Hospital, Star, Chandigarh Healthcare. So we have installed this pipe in lot of hospital till date. Around, you can say around 1800 to 2000 hospitals we have installed this product. Then second main thing in the hospital that we consider everywhere, not only hospital, so it is fire sprinkler. Here also the sprinklers are installed. So that sprinklers are operating on the water pressure. Once the fire comes, what will happen? That sprinkler is having one bulb that will blast because of the small heat which is getting created because of the fire, and that bulb will blast and pin will come down and water will come. So in the conventional system where we can say GI or MS pipe is installed, if fire is occurring after 10 years, so there is a problem of corrosion. So corrosion particles are getting settled into the pin, and if 10 are installed in this room and out of 10 only 5 are opening, so there will not be a complete solution for that fire. So to replace those products, we have the next product. Its name is Fire Pro. This Fire Pro will come with IS certification for pipes, fittings, solvents and everything. This is CPVC product. IS 16088 is the standard number. This is UL listed product, Underwriter Laboratories, which is very much important in case of fire product. So this product is installed by using solvent cements. Even what is the benefit of this product? All sizes and pressure classes that we are having, that is the thing of the specification. You should be there with the given specification only. The benefit is that we can renovate the fire sprinkler system of any hospital without disturbing its services. And we have done this thing in some of the hospital like Jivraj Mehta in Ahmedabad, Ansh Hospital in Mumbai, NIMS Hospital, then Care and Cure, Apex, Phoenix, and lot of there. You can see there the patient is sitting in ICU or sleeping in ICU, and you can change the pipelines, which is a fire sprinkler pipeline. If you are doing it in a metal, for example, you want to renovate some old hospital, their fire sprinkler is not there, and you want to add it. So you need to discontinue the hospital for some days if you are using conventional system. Now if you are using this Fire Pro fire sprinkler system without any disturbance in hospital services, you can do it. And this is very much beneficial. It is time saving, and there is no welding or nothing like that. Only just solvent joints, and just you need to stick the pipe and fitting with each other as per the given guidelines. So these are the very much important benefits that we are getting with this pipe. Its name is Fire Pro, Astral Fire Pro. Again, all the standards are there, or all the sizes and specifications are there as per IS standard. Then next, this is third one. I am going to explain only 4. Third one is that, I mention it because I want your attention for all the 4 products. So third one is PEX A Pro. Generally, you know in dialysis line we need water for that machine. I don't have too much knowledge on that, but for that machine, the specification of plastic pipe is PEX A Pro, this one. So in the dialysis water, we can use this product in some of the hospitals in Mumbai and Rajasthan. We have already used this, and it is a proven technology. So this is PEX A Pro. it is having a temperature resistance up to 95 again, which is not required in that case. But the pressure sustainability 6 bars up to 10 bars we can go. And this is pinch free pipe, means suppose the pipe is bent because of any movement of the bed or anything, movement of the machinery. So that is 100% repairable. So here you can see in the first it is kink, means you can say pinch also. So after hitting it will become a new pipe like the last photo. So there is one small gun we are providing complementary with the pipes. So this is 100% repairable, and this is the only pipe in India which is available for dialysis water. So this is one application in we can say hospital segment. Second, you can use in bathrooms and all the networks where you want to supply the water, and the water contains some salts or sedimentation is there. This pipe will be withstanding very much good for that particular water. There will not be any sedimentation, salt deposition like PVC pipe. So PEXA pipe, it is a cross-linked polyethylene. This is 100% suitable for drinking water as well, and it is a food grade product. Brass and PPSU fittings are available, means we can choose from that black colored plastic fittings and the brass, which is metal. And the fourth product I am highlighting here is the Channel Pro. Channel Pro means what? Ki in any of the building, including hospitals and healthcare infrastructure, we need to drain the surface water very easily and quickly. For example, it may be a parking of any hospital, it may be a cleaning area, washing area, or anything where we want to drain the surface water. So this will be the channel. It is a ready-made gutter type system, and you can use this along with the ground, and it will be withstanding from 2.5 tons of load to 60 tons of loads. Means in major cases, we consider fire tender load also. When fire tender comes to any building, so we need to consider that load also. So this is perfectly suitable with that also, and these are having different type of varieties. We can use different type of mesh as per the architecture design of any hospital, and we are having from 4 inches to 12 inches, means smaller one to 1 feet up to 1 feet width and depth. So these are the application. Additionally, on this product also we are providing 25 years of warranty against any of the manufacturing defect, and 100% service on the installation part as well. We will provide a guideline on your site. Our engineer will visit your site, and all the facilities or all type of technical support is there in the background from the Astral side. Then some of the hospitals that we have done in South, in some Hyderabad, or we can say in Kochi and in Bangalore, that I have listed here. So Yashoda in Hyderabad, KIMS multi-speciality, Ankura, and lot of things. We will share with you on your mail IDs. Then my presentation is over. Just I want to show you 2 slides. We are into the segments of adhesives, sealants, construction chemicals also, means which is important part of any tiling or furniture or any of the things which you are going to put additional in the infrastructure or any hospital, where we need different type of adhesive, including wood adhesive, industrial, epoxies, then sealants, then construction chemicals. So these are, we are making under the name of Astral adhesives. Then additionally, we have launched the bathware. It is complete segment starting from Gloria, Premia, means a regular one. Gloria means will be the basic range. Then Premia is there, Imperia is there, and Celestia is there. Celestia means the high end, which is automated and all the features are coming in that. So we are into this bathware also, providing pan-India services with excellent after-sale service as well, and complete range. This is about bathware. And the last, we are into paints also. So in South, Astral is having paints under the brand name of Astral Paints, and it is readily available. Again, the same, we are giving all type of supports, technical services and everything. So yes, this is all from my side. I will highlight once again the pipes, Astral adhesives, then Astral paints and Astral bathware. So we are into the complete segment of building material, you can say, and ready to support in all type of infrastructure, including healthcare as well as hospitals. Thank you so much for listening carefully. Thank you so much. Thank you.
For highlighting your flagship product, your new product, Silencio, CPVC pipes that can silence the movement of the water through those pipes. It's an interesting concept, a novel concept, and definitely something that is going to be a value add. So thank you very much, Mr. Rohit, for highlighting that. Okay, and our final partner presentation for this segment is from Mr. Bijit Purushottam, who's the National Head of Business Development at Everest Industries Limited. So Everest Industries, the tagline is to redefine hospital spaces. And today, Mr. Bijit is going to showcase the drywall solutions, the latest drywall solutions from Everest Industries. So without any further ado, the stage is yours.
It's a privilege to be here in Healthcare Summit, 360 Summit in Chennai. It's my privilege to be here. I represent a company called Everest, which is a 90-year-old young company. And our vision is reimagining spaces. But then particularly when you talk about healthcare, design consideration for hospital partition systems and drywall options are as per CORDIL provisions. And I'm required, when you look at an healthcare unit, you have various aspects of technical prerequisites. If you look at specific overview of hospitals specification as per NBC of India. You need acoustics, you need passive and fire safety, you need protection, basically waterproofing and tiling. You need finishing consideration, whether skirting or coving. A provision of fixings, guard and fixtures, cabinets, bed heads and others. And the features and benefits. What we do is we manufacture fiber cement board, which is made of cellulose fiber, cement, fly ash and silica, which are fire resistant, water resistant, termite proof. And these boards can take different kinds of finishing options. You can paint on it, you can have wallpaper on it, you can clad with tile, you can even clad with marble and granites based on the thicknesses. What you really want to take your insight is basically on the lab certified STC and the field STC rate. If you look at, we can give you as a company, we can give you a lot of lab certification of a 50 dB or a 40 dB or 48 dB. So what you need to look into the kind of the leakage which can happen through franking paths, where maybe a 50 dB what is shown in the certificate may not be 50 exactly, it may be 48 or 47. So these elements need to be checked while installing drywall systems in your sites. We can offer you partition from 67 mm thickness to 250 mm thickness of a partition, fire rating from 30 minutes to more than 2-hour fire rated walls, STC rating from 30 dB to 70 dB, which is a multiplex theater requirement. Based on, if you look at typical hospital itself, you have various kinds of technical prerequisites walls, starting from a nursing changing room to a consulting room, to an operation theater, to the wards. Each wall have different technical prerequisites. So we can customize and give it to you. This is typical partition system. When we say partition, we give the complete system. It's not the board alone. We give the wall frame, which is a galvanium with a 150 to 180 GSM coating. We give the board meant for these partitions, 2 layers on both sides with glass wool or a rock wool insulation, and the jointing compound and the fiber bond screws meant for the screws. So we also have technical, we take your sectional drawing, based on that we can give the design suggestions from our proposals from our end, and based on design we can execute it. And we don't just sell you the concept, we do the supply and fixing at site with right technical supervisions. Various types of systems, like as I said, various thickness signifies to your prerequisites of technical parameters, whether it's fire rating, STC, and which area of the wall has to be done. And any kind of unplanned loading, the beauty of this particular system is our 8 mm board alone, without the frame structure, can take almost 40 to 42 kg as a point load. It comes under severe duty, has been tested on various parameters. Different kinds of finishing options, what I told you earlier. And tiling or granite finishing can be done. The frames, very specifically, which can give complete concealed wiring. Being healthcare, you have lots of wiring aspect comes into picture. So you need to have a concealed wired walls. So we can offer you, as per the required, not only wires, even the plumbing. And Astral talked about their significant pipes, even that plumbing can be done in our drywall systems. We also have a product which comes in, which we call it as Rapicon panels, which comes in 50 mm and 75 mm thick. The 50 mm will give you minimum 1 hour fire rating, 75 will give you minimum 2 hour fire rating. This product can associate in your projects when you do piling at site. When you do piling at site, what you require is a labor accommodation to site office. From that, external, internal walls to the typical buildings, internal walls, even fire ducts. See, for you look at brick masonry construction for a 100 square meter wall, including plastering, it's going to take you 21 days. But this kind of a system is hardly take 5 days. So the opening panel also we heard about ROI. We all heard about costing factor, invest, and if we look at, we also heard about zoom in and zoom out. So if you look at all this, these are new systems which in purely a dry construction. You specifically look at Tamil Nadu or Chennai, we have lots of water issues. We also have problem in sand. So this kind of system doesn't require water, cement, sand, and very lesser number of labors. So it's time now to adapt to new technologies, not only AI related or not only software related. We have such systems available for adapting in such faster construction. So an investor on a hospital can start earning his ROI almost 15 to 16 days ahead compared to a traditional brick masonry construction. I'm not taking into much of the technical detailing. We can see a lot of hospitals, what we have done across pan-India, whether it's Fortis, Apollo, Reliance hospitals. So these have been tested and referred, as our colleague also started, Ramco in the morning. So it's all system which is faster adaptation. You require, it also provides you better floor spacing. So in a building, in a space when you create, each square feet area is very important. It's against the money, it's a cost, it's a value. So the floor space is better usage. People talked about where you need to look into what is the sink to be kept in a patient room. So each square feet area is very important and critical in a hospital designs. We are around here, so whenever you get time, we can network over it, we can talk about it in detail. That's all, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bijit, for your succinct and concise presentation. And of course, the executives from Everest are available in the hall and even during the networking break, which will commence shortly. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it brings us to the topic or the item on the agenda that I've been personally looking forward to immensely, and that is the keynote speech. The topic of the keynote speech is health and wealth interlinked. Health is wealth, of course, we've all heard that maybe a bit too much. But how do we build a prosperous, healthy nation? So that's the topic. But the more interesting aspect of this, or the salient feature of this, this segment now, is the speaker, our keynote speaker that we have brought for you this morning. It is with great pleasure that I introduce you to the founder of Aircel, the telecom company, Mr. Chinnakannan Shivashankaran, who is now the mentor of AO.com. He's a guiding health and wellness transformation coach, a biohacker. But listen to this. This is what very important, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you need to know. He is on a mission to empower India's next million millionaires. He is going to empower. So if you are a millionaire already, or if you're aspiring to be a millionaire, Mr. Shivashankaran is the man you need to reach out to for mentorship and guidance. So please, with a thunderous round of applause, help me welcome on stage our keynote speaker this morning, Mr. Chinnakannan Shivashankaran.
Happy morning. I just want to correct the point that he is talking about millionaires. That is not my goal. You can easily become a millionaire yourself. My idea is to help you how to become a billionaire. Because with million you can't live. You can't even rent a flat for 5 lakhs a month.
It's true.
Million is of no use. He is constipated in the mind. Because the limitation is always by you. You decide the limitations. I'll speak for 2 minutes and then he can ask questions and all of you also can ask questions. But we'll stick to our 15 minutes timeline. See, the subject is very simple, wellness. Many people do not understand what is wellness. Wellness is not the opposite of illness. It is absent of illness. And the only person who can help you for wellness is you. Unfortunately, you never love yourself. You loved your children, you loved your wife, you loved your brothers, sisters. When you are younger, you loved your parents. But at no point of time, till today, you love yourself. Okay? So start loving yourself and start collecting data about yourself. What can be measured alone can be improved. And I will teach you simple techniques to live longer, younger, live longer and die younger. Unfortunately, you are in healthcare industry, your average life is only 59. There are 23 million doctors, okay, whose average life is 59. So I ran an ad that I want to make them life 95, and I got law notices. So I went to the medical council. They are convinced that you guys live only till 59. They only want to know how I am going to help them for 95. I said, I will help them first and then I will come and answer. They wanted me to apologize. I said, forget it, you sue me so that I will make it popular. And they withdrew. Okay. The point I want to make is, your patients are important, your hospital is important. The more important, you should not be in the, you should live longer, you should not die earlier. And then, how many years you live is lifespan. But how many years you spent without any illness is health span. But in a way, health span and lifespan is not important. What is important for you is joy span. How many years you spent joyfully. I am here today to teach you in simple guidelines how to get a good joy span and health span. And now, let you ask questions, we will answer you.
Well, first of all, sir, thank you very much. I think that's profound. It's not a lifespan. When we talk about life, we think about lifespan or health span. That's a new term that we have discovered today. Let's stop thinking about lifespan, but start thinking more about joy span. Sir, can you please help elaborate that? What do you mean by joy span? How do we identify joy? Because joy differs from person to person.
Yeah, that is why the only person who will help you for joy span is you. Whatever that makes you happy, do more. Whatever it makes you unhappy, don't do it at all. Try new things. Okay? Because I interviewed 100 people who is going to die within 10 days in 41 countries. None of them said we should have spent more time in working. None of them said about our bosses or about what they want. They all said we should have spent more time with my wife, husband, children. We should have gone for more vacation. I should have spent quality time with them and all these things. So while you are still alive, keep doing what makes you happy and stop doing what is making you unhappy. In other words, in business, when you don't get return on management time, the time you spend and the money you make, okay, if your ROIM is low, don't do that business. Look for higher ROIM. Your life is equal to time and time is equal to money. If A is equal to B, B is equal to C, A is equal to C, so your life is equal to money. Enjoy that. So build wealth. But to enjoy that wealth, you need health. There is no point in keeping your Rolls-Royce car in the parking lot and you lying in the intensive care unit. Okay? So start doing. Start loving your wife and husband. Spend more quality time. Every month go for a holiday. If you don't have money, don't worry. Borrow and spend. Because what you enjoyed is yours. What you have left is for others whom you really don't want them to enjoy. But of course, once you die, you have no control. Okay? So, all I am saying is practice selfishness. Selfishness is a misunderstood word. But there's nothing wrong on the word selfishness. Selfishness means you consider yourself and do what is good for you. How can it be wrong? And what is good for you is good for your family. And what is good for your family is good for Tamil Nadu. And what is good for Tamil Nadu is good for India. And what is good for India is good for the world, including America. Okay? So that is my philosophy. Okay? So please go ahead.
Sir, that's an interesting point. If you have to borrow and spend, spend. So what? You live only once, right?
No, you can live several times if you can enjoy your life. So spend your life as if you know you are born 7, 8 times. You follow the Kannadasan song. பிறப்பின் ரகசியம் யாதென்று கேட்டேன் பிறந்து பார் என்றான் உணவென்றால் என்னென்று கேட்டேன் உண்டு பார் என்றான் கல்வி என்றால் என்னென்று கேட்டேன் கற்றுப்பார் என்றான் மனையால் சுகம் யாதென்று கேட்டேன் மணந்து பார் என்றான் இப்படி எல்லாவற்றையும் அனுபவித்து பார் என்றால் இறைவா நான் யார் என்றேன் நான் தான் அந்த அனுபவம் என்றான். Enjoy yourself. Enjoy all the luxuries you want. Other people coming and telling you you don't deserve 8-bedroom flat, screw him. You require 12 bedroom. You require the best car. You require the best food. You require the best experience. Enjoy as if no tomorrow. Okay. Second, you only focus on 2 things to become healthy, which you don't focus. None of you focus. And if any one of you focus, you prove to me, I will give you 10 lakhs right now as a gift to you. What is that? It's free. One is breathing. Breathing is not taking the air deeper into you. Okay? So a lot of people, by mistake, they think you inhale for 20-second breathing. No, you inhale don't more than 3-4 seconds. But exhale slowly. And then after exhaling, walk 4 feet without taking a breath. It is called intermittent hypoxia. Do that breathing for 5 minutes in the morning. It will change your sympathetic nervous system. And then switch off the phones at 8 o'clock. Spend time with your family and go to sleep by 9:30, 10 o'clock. The yearly sleep that you get before 12 o'clock is 3 times more valuable to you. And then minimum sleep for 7 hours. Okay. Today, all of your performance is simply based on how well you slept yesterday night. And start measuring your sleep. Start measuring your breath. Start measuring your heart rate variability. And know your markers. You are in the health industry, but you don't know what is your APOB. You are in health industry and hospital. None of you will pass your 10-year death hurdle. Can anyone explain me how you will be next 10 years alive? To be alive, you need to pass the hurdle rate. Your high-resolution C-reactive protein has to be less than 1. Your HOMA-IR has to be less than 1.4. Your glycosylated hemoglobin has to be less than 5.7. Your triglycerides divided by HDL has to be less than 2. You need to pass a VO2 max test. You need to pass a grip strength. Please try. If you fail, doesn't matter, you fix it. But how will you do all these things? Only when you start loving yourself. Start loving yourself. That is the only message I want to give. I have no product or service to sell here. Because once you start following, you will be my product. Looking at you, everybody will come to me. That is my idea.
It's a Pied Piper in disguise.
Yeah.
Sir, I would like to ask you one question before we open the floor for the audience. So you said that you mentioned a lot about follow what you want to do, what you like to do. You have an extensive background in sports. So for our audience, Mr. Shankaran has an extensive background in sports. Of course, we all know Aircel, which was the sponsor of the CSK, of course. But you may not know that the same Aircel was also, you can say, sponsor for many other sports teams in football, in tennis, in golf, and many other professional sports. So is it true that you think that sports is a very important endeavor, a very important engagement for a healthy lifestyle? Is it something that we're all missing?
Sports is very important, but breathing is more important. Meditation is more important. Having good relationships, environment is very important. Okay? People know me only for Aircel, but they are not knowing me for the satellite. I was the first Indian guy to put a private satellite in the sky. I was the first guy to put a 8,000 crore fiber optic scale from America to India. That is why all Indians are enjoying cheaper internet. I was the first guy who wrote the policy 35 years back how India should make money in software. In fact, I still remember when I told the former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi the importance of putting submarine cable, he asked me to explain like a first stander. I said, we can suck the money from America. Then Captain Satish Sharma was next to him. He said, Americans are good suckers. I said, we will try. Okay. So the biggest risk I took all my life, I am willing to take risk. I am now 68 years old. I'm going to be 69 on October 18. I want to take risk. You know why? The biggest risk in your life is not taking a risk. So please take risk. Please make money. Don't believe what other people tell to you. You believe in yourself and you dream. You actualize your dream. The wealth is all zeros. Where you put your one is important to you. So you, in a piece of paper, you write 20 zero. You put it after 2 zero, you make 100 crore. You put it in 5 zeros, you make 10,000 crore. You put it in 25 zero, you become Elon Musk. Okay? So it's purely the limitations are laid by you for health as well as wealth. And first build the health, then you will build the wealth. Unfortunately, people think, you give me the wealth, I will become health. And it does not happen like that. I'll tell you a joke. I have a IO 181 test. Anyone pass that in India, I pay them 10 lakhs free. The test itself is only 18,000 rupees. And people come and ask me, can I pass at the third time? I said, no. You can pass at the 15th time also. Just pass one time in your lifetime, you get 10 lakhs. And you know what? Doctors pass, I give you 20 lakhs. You know why? Doctors have no chance of passing it. Okay? Not a single doctor. Okay? Try. You pass. All I need one doctor to pass. I have a hope that someday some doctor will pass. There's a simple omega-3 test. All of you are suffering with the cellular inflammation. 100% of you. No exceptions. The entire India suffers. Okay? How do you know that you are not suffering? Take a omega-3 test. If you pass with an index of 8, you will live 5 years more than anybody else. Okay? And do a epigenetic test. Find out how you are aging. You are aging fast. I will tell you a small concept. You know, every day you walk towards your grave by one day, all of us, including me, including the child which is born 2 days before. But you are not walking on your chronological age. You are walking on your biological age. Chronological age is good for only birthday and getting a passport and Aadhaar card. But why are you running towards your grave? That is the question I want to ask. Because your chronological age is 50, your biological age is 70, and if your astrologer says you are going to die in 75, that means you are thinking you will die after 25 years, but calculating your biological age, you will die after 5 years. And another problem with the Indians is they always think the Newton's law is not applying to them. Okay, when the mango falls, their mango tree doesn't fall. Don't think it is not applicable to you. When you read it in the paper that at 45 years the doctor, cardiac doctor died in the hospital, you think it won't happen to you. When you see an IAS officer dies at the age of 55, we think it doesn't happen to you. Okay? So start focusing on yourself. You will win. I'll take any questions.
Any
please.
questions, please? Mr. Shankaran has a vast background in telecom and health and so many. Can you get a mic or?
No, no.
Just here.
Yeah.
You always says, person who does business with money is a foolish.
I don't say that.
Yes?
No, what I say is, even fools can make money, only intelligent will know how to keep it.
No,
You
that's-
don't need to have money to make money, but you need to know how to attract money. Go ahead.
That's one question I would like to ask. And you are taking risk at the age of 68 as per your this thing. And people are afraid to take risk even at the age of 25 and 26 today. What is your input for the people, younger generations?
You overcome fear. That's it.
In younger generations.
Yeah, just to overcome fear. Don't be fearful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next question. When the Nobel Prize scientists have got any issues, they call me. See, whenever I tell the people, they all think I only take information from him. It is reciprocal. Okay, you ask me any question on any medical subject, any research, any science, any equations, I will answer you.
Very astonishing to hear the facts from you, sir, from being an entrepreneur and founder of Aircel. So what was one point which changed your mind towards health? Or one point...
Just I need to make my next $8 billion. I find a lot of people who got stent. And the doctor who put the stent cannot save him. Any of you have got stent? Yeah. Raise your hand. I will help you how to live till 95. Because you will get calcification in the front and the end. Anybody who changes the liver, replant, transplant, okay, or kidney, the doctors have not fixed your problem, why your kidney or your liver went fat. Okay? So once that we can take care, we can help you in recovery, we can prevent it to happen, we can tell you the biomarkers which you should look for and how to correct it. So the money that we can make in the health sector in the next 5 years is 200 billion. I am just looking 4-5% of it. So I decided I'll come to business. I have no other noble thing. Of course, except you make India to sleep, India will become wealthy. You make people to breathe, they will become. And both of that are free. You get 80 to 100 bucks just by breathing and sleeping. All your muscle exercise, meditation, nutraceutical supplements, good food, all comes only under 20 marks. And another thing is, if you don't get 80 marks, these 20 marks will not save you. And sleeping and breathing is free. I don't know why you don't do. And don't think you are in the bed, that means sleeping. Put a wearable. The technology will help you. It will explain you what was your heart rate variability last night. It will tell you a rate of breathing. It will explain you your skin temperature. Okay, so like that.
So I wanted to ask you a question that is very important, but many might hesitate to ask this kind of question. And that is, how do you...
talking about sexual health?
No.
We are coming out with a program called Always On. It is very simple. Your problem starts 2 years before your heart problem starts, you get erectile dysfunction.
So that's not our area of expertise over here.
Yeah, we have found out there is no need to be ashamed. Okay, so we fix that with your own food. Take an anthocyanin tea. Take a 5 milligram. You go to a doctor, he will give you a 5 mg tablet, 90 days. Then do the sculpt. Okay, then do a particular exercise. You are free. You will get everything what you want, you will get it 30 days later. But the people have no patience to do anything for 30 days. You know why? Motivation will help you only to certain extent. But discipline will help you. When you apply discipline, it becomes a habit. Then you win in your life. Just start walking 30 minutes a day, but do it consistently. See, if any one of you can show me in your iPhone that you walked for 365 days, 30 days, not even you missed one day, I'll give you 10 lakhs now. You will say, no, I missed on weekend, I missed on this, that, etc. No one in Tamil Nadu does anything as a discipline or motivation or as a habit for all 365 days. Please try for 30 days, you will change. Try to eat your food for 5 days without rice and wheat. Your health will improve. Try and take 100 milligram of 100 ml of pomegranate juice for 1 year. Your health will improve. Take a broccoli or cauliflower, any cruciferous vegetable, 200 grams. Your health will improve. Take full egg. Don't leave the yolk. Yolk has got choline. Your brain will work. Okay? Just take 3 eggs for 3 months. Your health will improve. It is so easy to be in wellness. Go
So,
ahead.
what I want to ask, sir, is how do you deal with mental anguish? Because just so the audience knows, you, and also you pointed out, you were actually one of the pioneers of bringing down the telecom tariffs in India, but Jio is the one that gets the credit, even though you were one of the pioneers.
Jio
Right?
copied my plan. He knows it.
Right, yes.
Mukesh Ambani
And
knows
even
it.
Aircel,
He copied it from IBM.
Aircel
No,
during
no,
its
no.
heyday
See,
was one of
why
the,
you
was
people
well,
are talking Aircel? It's a beta that I spitted out.
Right, exactly.
Talk future.
future.
Hey, listen.
But
Don't
how do you
talk
deal
about
with, how do you deal with that?
No, I will tell you.
You
Actually,
were,
let me
Aircel
help
was
you.
undervalued.
No, no,
So
no,
that,
no. Forget about that.
yeah, but how do you deal with that mental anguish?
I have no mental. I will explain. See, I'm not mental. Okay. First, no psychological. I will first explain. See, you have problem in framing question. I will reframe it for the benefit of you. Never think about the past. That is not going to help you. Just because you failed in the past or just because you won in the past, it does not guarantee you winning in the future. Leave the past. Then don't have expectations. When the expectations don't happen, you get disappointment. The mildest expression of disappointment is anger. So whenever you get anger, ask yourself a question, why I am angry? Then you will see that you had a disappointment which has created you the anger. And then don't think about you badly. It is very important, what you think about you will make you to win. And do not bother about what other people think about you, because you don't control them. Second, you are responsible for your happiness. You are not responsible for Shivshankar's happiness or his happiness or others' happiness. You people are wasting your life thinking that you are responsible for others' happiness. Screw them. You just focus on you. If you are happy, India is happy. Okay? Just make yourself happy. Love yourself. Nothing else. Okay? You will change in 1 week. Go ahead.
That's profound, sir. If you're happy, India is happy.
Yeah, yeah.
Bottom line.
If I make my 8 billion, India makes the money.
What's my cut, sir?
You have concern?
No, cut. What's my deal in this?
Anything more than 8 billion, I will give you some money.
Yes, please.
Actually, yes, he has given a good question. Whatever you want to do, ask one more question. What is in it for me? Not cut here. Why you degrade yourself? See, if your husband or wife coming and explaining you, they are going to Italy. Your question is, am I in the trip? Your husband or wife says yes, discuss further. If he says no, just ignore. Okay, I have some other work now. Okay? If there is nothing is there for you, don't waste your time. Okay, the one word which will help you to change your life is focus. Okay? And look for happiness, and dream big. And if you have a constipation in dreaming, then make yourself a fantasy. The difference between dream and fantasy is, dream is involuntarily coming, fantasy is lie down, pretend you are closing your eyes, and you design your own dream. And it will happen to you. See, to validate my talk, think of something what you want to acquire. Something big. Don't say that I want to eat a Mysore pak or this. Okay? And then it will happen to you.
We have one
Yeah,
question there.
please. Yeah, please, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Aishwarya. I'm a yoga and naturopathy physician. Sir.
Yeah.
So just when you were saying that something has to be followed for 30 days and you will be healthy, the same we are also following. What's your take on the alternate system of medicine, sir?
See, alternative medicine is a very big term and vague term. If you ask me about yoga, yes, good. Meditation, good. But none of this can replace your breathing or sleep.
Definitely.
None of this will replace drinking 235 ml of water for every hour that you are awake. Okay? And none of this will replace not optimizing your vitamin D to 60. See, doctors' stupid and foolish mistake is they are not optimized for vitamin D or for magnesium. Vitamin D is for 200 functions cofactor. Magnesium is a cofactor for 500 functions. Okay, why I am targeting doctors is, we spent 800,000 crore in creating these doctors. If they die earlier, our investment is gone. Okay, I don't want them to die. No, I want them to live till 95 and serve the patients. That is the goal. Go ahead. Please.
So I'm Dr. Kavita. I'm a gynecologist into reproductive medicine.
Yeah.
Now I'm focusing on preventive healthcare. Since you are a pioneer in that and you're also focusing on preventive health, what is your vision for preventive health for
Yeah,
future?
very good. For example, since you are a gynecologist, madam, 100 years the doctors mistreated women in every country in the world. If there is a medical community as damaged, it is women's health. Because we never focused on their problems. It is such an easy problem to fix the iron and get their hemoglobin. Just take this curry leaf extract, standardized to 4% iron, and put it to them, and don't allow them to drink for 2 hours coffee or anything, which will disrupt that iron come. Then the problem will be over. In fact, we have designed a food which we will announce for every housewife to make and eat. But the interesting caution is, this is the only food we advise the men should not take. Because the men take, their iron content will become higher, and they will get rid of this problem only by donating the blood. That donated blood also you cannot use, you have to put it in the waste bin. Okay? Second, they suffer every month 5 days during periods. Nobody has addressed that problem. By just making sure magnesium is given and proper nutrition, we can make that very smooth. And women's problem of breast cancer, we still has not figured out an easy solution by a liquid biopsy. And also the cervical cancers, we have not helped them identifying 7 years in advance. I get pained when my sisters get into these problems because there was no preventive thing. You are in the right field, doctor.
No, my question was about the genomics and proteomics.
Well, it is expensive, madam, because the genes don't change from the time you are born and turn duty. So you need epigenetics, because when the genes get into glycification, you can measure that and help them. But those tests cost 37,000 rupees. So I'm not able to, I'm working on to bring down the price, and then we can help them. We can determine the rate of aging and figure out what is the problem with that. Right now we are helping for APOE4, we are helping for any particular genes which causes the problem. Actually, before children get married, they should do a blood test, they should do a gene test, and we should match them instead of horoscopically. We should match them with the genes. For example, you have a APOE4 and the other person has got an APOE4. Your child has got a 98% chance to get all the diseases. But India is not that developed right now, but within the next 2-3 years, we are looking for breakthrough to bring down the cost and help everybody. We have the technology, but we are not moving forward because of the cost. Any other question?
If there are no other questions, then we shall conclude. Oh, last question. I request you to keep your questions
But
succinct,
you have one
please.
advantage, madam. Let me put it. Women can have more subcutaneous fat, and then they will live 13 years more than the husband. So please keep some money and leave for your wife before you die. Go ahead.
Myself, architect Jerry here. It's a generic question, sir. Was there a moment where like you felt like giving up? How did you overcome it? Like you felt like giving up in any of your ventures? Like
Any of my?
ventures, like whatever you started, you felt like giving up. How did you overcome it?
I felt like giving up.
Yeah.
Either it pass or fail. I then start the next one. See, in a profit and loss account, there is no one in the world is having only profit account. So don't think because I am successful in 2-3 business, I have not failed in many business. I have failed in more business than my birthdays. That means I have failed more than 67, sir. Failure is not a failure. It is on the way to success. It is like riding a bicycle. It is like a child learning to walk. Child while walking, it falls several times. That is not important. Once you fall, you should have resilience to stand up. Okay, I failed in many businesses. I only showcase what is successful. You take picture. Did you ever send it to your friends which looks a bad picture? You do filter, you know. Like that only life is. You make memories. You also have bad memories. Don't be stupid and think about bad memories and keep on becoming unhappiness. Okay? So choose what pictures look good and enjoy. That is life. Go ahead. Any question?
Well, if there are no further questions, then we will conclude and at this point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you. You are very good.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a enlightening and inspiring session. I think we can crystallize it to, often we hear this catchphrase, you only live once. But the reality is, you only die once. You live every day. So I think we can crystallize that session down to that one important point that Mr. Shiva Shankaran has shared with us. Thank you very much for being with us this morning, sir. We greatly appreciate your presence here and sharing your immense insight with us. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a panel discussion on digital hospitals, bridging systems for seamless care delivery. Right? I'd like to introduce our panelists for this discussion, starting with Mr. Adil, who is the founder and CEO of Flab Healthcare. Can you please welcome Mr. Adil on stage? Please help me also welcome on stage Dr. Annamalai Pandian, who is the chairman of Deepam Hospitals. Dr. Ilan Kumaran Kalyamurthy, who is the CEO of Apollo Hospitals. Dr. Kavita Gautam, who is the director of Bloom Life Hospital, whom we just heard from a short while back. Mr. Raj Mohan Ramswamy, who is the Group Chief Operating Officer at Bilroth Hospitals. And also Mr. Mohammad Farooq, who is the COO of Rela Hospitals. Please welcome on stage. And the moderator for this discussion is Dr. Venkat Panidar, who is the Group Chief Executive Officer of Medway Hospitals. So just to recap, ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion is on digital hospitals, bridging systems for seamless healthcare delivery. How do we make those bridges happen, and how do we deliver healthcare seamlessly to patients? It's an interesting discussion. And Dr. Venkata, the stage is all yours.
After Dr. Shivashankar's talk, I'm feeling very energetic. All of you in the room, please feel healthy, no? So happy morning, dear friends. And it's always exciting to be a part of Health 360. I think it's my third or fourth time I'm either being a panelist or a moderator. Ilan had to leave because it is delayed, the session is delayed, so he has another meeting, he informed me and left. I thought there will be a brief introduction about the speakers, the panelists, but I think most of you know them. They're all prominent leaders in healthcare, Dr. Pandian, Raj, Adel, and Dr. Kavita, and Farooq, good friends of mine. Dear friends, let me tell you one thing. The most important thing is you keep digital AIs and all these things away, then you will be happy and healthy. How many of you today get up with the birds' sound in the morning? I'm asking you. None of you, right? Not many of us, at least, unless you are staying in, boat club area or something like that. But most of us get up with Siri or Alexa telling you how many meetings you have scheduled today, who are all you are going to meet, what is your schedule for the entire day, when you are supposed to have your medicines, who you should avoid to speak to, blah, 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 blah. Today we are in an era where your refrigerator will be dictating what you have to eat for the next 1 week, what food you have to order. It will tell that don't order brinjal because you had enough of it last 15 days. It will say don't eat more of eggs because you never had in the last 1 week. We have cars which will only start if they probably, read your mind and say that you are in the right mood to drive the car. I'm not exaggerating. This is where we are leading. The technology is leading all of us. One way it is good, but not always. So it all depends upon how human we stay to embrace these technologies and go forward and make the best use of that. So today's session, I will be posting certain very important questions to our panelists with reference to how digital health, which we started way back, maybe around 2 to 3 decades ago, we had analog systems. Your computers were doing the job of only billing, creating receipts. From there, we adopted HMIS systems. Then from HMIS, we have upgraded ourselves to MIS systems, which work on some algorithms and gives you some reports. And from there on, we moved to telehealth, telehealth and telemedicine, IoT devices, which can be monitoring the patients remotely. Then now, recently, AI, and the future, they say there is something called predictive artificial intelligence. So how these things are going to be adopted in the healthcare system, more specifically in the healthcare delivery system, that is hospitals, and what are the pros and cons, how challenging and refreshing they are, how easier they are to adapt, how difficult they are to, and how they can help every stakeholder, be it a doctor, be it the patient, be it a nurse or a technician. So this is the agenda given to me today as a moderator to speak to them and get their knowledge and inputs which will benefit us and will be the takeaways for all of us. So as Ilan is not here, so my first question will be going to Farooq. Farooq, you are the COO of one of the largest, transplant centers in the entire, I'm sorry if I'm saying it, the Asia or maybe the world.
No, for a few things, yes, across the world, sir. Thank you so much, actually.
Yeah. So And I'm sure that you do quaternary care, okay, you need a lot of technological support, not just in terms of, medical equipment, but also in terms of, IoT devices, which will connect you with the patient. And also to some extent, okay, so AA is in the process, okay, to AA, etc. So what are the barriers that you have for digital health implementation interoperatively between, various departments, various segments within the hospital?
Thank you, Dr. Venkat. Actually, on the contrary to what Dr. Venkat said, I think the only person that I'm sure everybody knows is Dr. Venkat himself, and of course the other panelists here. I'd like to give a big shout out to ET Business for conducting this event, actually. And this happens almost every year, and it's always been a good event. That's a good question, actually, putting me in a spot, actually. But I think a good way to understand that is to think of it from a healthcare perspective. Like, let's do a small thought experiment. Let's say that there's a patient from a tier 2 town, Karaikuri or something. Let's call her Preeti for some reason. And she wants to come down for a major surgery to Chennai, and so she visits one of our hospitals, and she's come down here with a big bag of reports and, her scans, her pharmacy things, handwritten notes from the doctors, the medical records. And once she reaches this hospital, she'll have to go to at one counter to the other, with everything, repeating her story, telling everybody what needs to be done, submitting scans to one person, submitting the pharmacy to somebody else, and showing the medical records to somebody else. Now, the irony of the situation is, all the data was actually present somewhere. So data is there, it's there in our hand, but it's been working in silos. So that, I think, is the major issue, and you've rightly asked that as predominantly the first question, actually. I would still like to elaborate on this sector, but I want to split my answers into two sections, sir, if I may. Because one, the sector that we want to hear about and be here to talk about is the private sector, which is most of our hospitals and which are pretty tech savvy, and we are there digitizing in pretty much a competitive way, which is very good. And then there's another sector, which is the public sector and the rural sector, which is majority of the country. And that actually, deals with much, much more patients. So there are two major issues here. So to talk about a better India, a digital India, let's look at both of these. Now, in a private hospital, most of us will have a very good, or at least a decent HIS system, a PACS system that works, something for the laboratory, an EMR, most of us should have it. And then maybe a different tool for accounting, Tally is going to be there, something for billing, something for the pharmacy. Now, the major problem is none of these talk to each other. So we are digitized, but most of these things are working in silos. So that's the number one problem that I'd want to say. And we'll need to think about how that can be made better. The second issue that I can think of is when you want to get technology implemented in a hospital, there are two versions of it. I've got a good friend from the IT sector sitting right in front of me. So the IT team is more worried about how you can make it up and running, regulations, how safe it is, and all of that. And the doctors and the people who are going to use it are more about how easy it is for them to use. So, there's always a bit of a friction there. The third point is, even some hospitals, when they acquire multiple other hospitals which have been running, they might be running a completely different setup. For example, let's say I want to buy another hospital which has been running for about 20 years. I'm sure you must have seen that, sir, with your expansion. They must have a completely different HIS. And for the management, that's not an important criteria to work on in the first place. So everybody will be running individual, even the same hospital will have individual HISs across systems. And they are also not talking to each other, and they're not connected to each other.
Exactly. Yeah.
So these would be the major barriers.
Absolutely, yeah. Being an administrator, even I face this problem several times. For to be making technology more affordable to the hospitals, we pick different systems, from different vendors, and they don't get connected to each other because everybody feels that their information system or whatever it is, their thing is superior to others. Okay, so it doesn't sync most of the time, but now we are getting certain integrated systems which have the entire thing, but they will be very expensive and they cannot be afforded by all.
Just
the
one
hospitals.
last point to what you mentioned, because I think that's an important criteria. So across, when you look at history, historically, most of the vendors, they use a priority software of their own, and most of it is not integratable. So that is also one of the issues that I think at least we have to overcome when we are trying to get
Exactly, yeah. So thank you so much, Farooq, for that. And in the meantime, I am not saying that you have taken more time, but each question and answer will be given 2.5 minutes. Okay, that's what I can afford, 2 minutes. But because Ilan is not there, he gracefully gave that half a minute to all of you. So you can take 2.5 minutes to answer my questions. So my next question will be to Dr. Kavita.
I would like to say a few words about what Mr. Farooq was saying. See, none of the software has an integrated system, number one. Nothing is customized. No hospital, even you take any bigger hospital or a smaller hospital, the software, if it's not customized, it's never going to be useful. Because we tried for last almost 25 years to spending money only. That's what's one point I would like to say. If somebody is in the healthcare sector, want to focus and grow the IT their sector, they're supposed to customize and they're supposed to put their own person to take to the hospital profitably in that investment. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a request that I have to conclude this session by 12:30. Okay. So to be blunt, it is very unfair, but then I'll try to do that because somebody really entertained us. So I will take the burnt of it. So their panelists kindly also help me out, okay, to complete this by 12:30. I will take AA help if possible how to conclude it before 12:30. So Dr. Kavita, my question to you is in what ways, okay, these digital tools that we have today in the hospitals that we implement, okay, are going to be helpful, in the entire patient journey in the hospital, right from their admission to the discharge to the follow-ups, okay, and their experience as such.
I think I did a program with the Harvard Medical School, and the entire world is looking at the patient experience in the hospital as a primary goal for the quality. So we have overcome safety, we've overcome increasing the lifespan. Now we are looking at the experience of the patient. So when we look at the experience, I think the first thing which comes is reducing the waiting time to enter into the hospital. So reducing the waiting time, I think we can have patient portals or apps which can provide appointment systems, and also we can have a triage before the patient comes into the hospital. Triage is basically we can have some questionnaires where they put the answers like what kind of complaints they come with, and maybe a video call or a telemedical system can be used at that point of interference where someone triages the patient and puts them into the right doctor, because most of the time the patient comes with a stomach pain and ends up meeting a general physician instead of a surgeon. So these kind of confusions can be prevented with having a proper patient portal. And after coming into the hospital, I think a proper EMR is very, very mandatory. Though it is very difficult for doctors from moving from a manual prescription to a EMR is difficult for us, because in a OPD, in 3 hours, we are seeing around 45 patients. It is very difficult to enter every detail, though we are having a physician assistant to enter, but it is a norm and it is the future for us and we have to move. And once we get all the patients' detail in the EMR, I think it is easy for us to get a comprehensive record of this patient. Sometimes we do miss out on past histories, which can be we can get those informations if the entire journey of the patient, basically. And then also the nurses' care inside the hospital, even the patients, doctors' follow-up and medication reminders and time to give the medication, all that is made simplified. Maybe the mistakes which are done by the allied people can also be prevented with having a proper digitalized hospital. And after the patient leaves, a discharge summary can be given in a proper digitalized form so that the patient doesn't carry, as he said, like the patient coming from a remote area, rural area, they carry so many documents with them. Sometimes they miss it also. So what they miss is something which we don't know. Sometimes when we ask questions, they say, we got a surgery done. What surgery? Why the surgery was done? They don't even have a clue sometimes. So those informations are very crucial for the attending doctor. So which the patient will always have a hold on when we give it digitally. And the most important thing which I found many of the countries are working upon is the home hospital. Home hospital is after the patient goes out of the hospital, right? For instance, if the patient is going out from an ICU, probably a step-down ICU kind of care can be provided at the home level where the patient is with a lot of monitors, which we can teach them how to use the monitors, and these informations are being recorded in the hospital, even if there is some difference in the BP or pulse of the patient, which can be picked up by the hospital people earlier, and we can shift the patient back to the hospital. I know it is very difficult to really practically see that, but I've seen studies from Australia and US who are sincerely working on home hospitals. Can I have some water? And the next is, for our industry, field, the home care of pregnant women. We have monitors which can be taken home, and heartbeat of the patients, babies can be read from the home itself. So if the patient has a uterine contraction or a change in the heartbeat variations of the babies can be predicted in the hospital itself. These are future for digitalization and application of digital home monitoring systems. So this is a future.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with you, and we don't need rocket science to do these things. Very simple tools are available today. See, mostly our patients, to be honest with you, are very down to earth, most of the patients, okay? All that they want is the hospital and the consultants to maintain time, not make them wait, which we don't do it most of the time, okay? So that's what is the primary thing any patient walks into a hospital expects from you, and most of the time, 99% doesn't happen within the time, despite you having several things. But these tools, as you said rightly, can give us some solutions where you can make the patients feel comfortable, and their entire experience in the hospital can be made. Your discharges, okay, which takes hours together. You tell you are discharged, the patient thinks that he is at home. But then discharge typically should take less than 3 hours if it is a cash patient, but then it runs and runs and runs, the attendants come shouted. But these things can be, solved with a good simple tools that we can implement and consistently work on them. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that. And my next question is Dr. Pandian. So I just want to ask you this question. Okay, see, we are talking about AI, predictive AI, okay, all these things. So in a digital hospital setup, okay, how are these AIs and predictive AIs and IoT devices, etc., are going to emerge, as a game changer for the healthcare?
The whole India, if you take the development of digitalization or the health literacy towards...
You have to keep it closer.
Health literacy or the AI or anything called as IoT, deepfake technologies or blockchain technology, these are all still only with the software group. It has not even crossed to the next level. So implementing AI into the hospital or implementing the technology in the hospital, patients should have a literacy on the tools. Okay, in the metros, I think it's possible to make a digital hospital or a smart hospital, whatever you say. But if you go into this, India is a country where health literacy, not only literacy itself less. So health literacy you have to create, then only the digital literacy they will gain it. So as far as I'm concerned, it's only a dream. Now it will be only a dream to make us a digital hospital. Unless there is cost-wise as well as patient-wise, and the whole hospital has to learn. It is not the doctor to learn, it is the administrative team to clinical team, and everybody, unless they learn, they're not going to fall in line. This is what.
A very good point, actually, to be honest with you, because we always think that how we adopt and how we make top-down to adopt to AI or any new technologies that we are bringing into our hospital. But it is important for the patients also to be empowered to understand the value proposition of digital health and the adoption of AI into healthcare. This is a very good point. I think we never thought of it. We always missed out on it. I think everybody who is adopting digital technology, they should understand the patient, who is the most important stakeholder in the entire ecosystem of healthcare, to understand why it is important for the hospital to adopt to technologies, particularly digital technologies or blockchain or whatever it is, AI or generative AI, and how it will be directly or indirectly contributing to the patient's well-being. So thank you so much for that very good input, input that you have given. And Adel, so my good friend, and so today data transfer between the hospitals and the consultants, outside the hospital, is inevitable. We can't afford a radiologist to be there 24/7 for a small segment hospitals. The radiologist may be sitting somewhere else, and you transfer your CT and MRI reports digitally to them, and they will be giving you the reports. So how secure? What are those licenses, or what are the security measures, and how secure is the patient data today when you are living in a world where there is no way, that you can restrict or refrain from, sharing your data to, knowingly or not? Sometimes, I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating. How many of you had this? I don't know. If you have ice cream on a Thursday night, next Thursday you will get, if you ordered it from Zomato or Swiggy, how many of you experienced this? On the next Thursday, you will receive a message from Swiggy or Zomato saying that it's time for you to have the ice cream with 10% discount. How many of you experienced this? Right. Huh? Forget this, to the extent that I was standing the other day in front of Bata showroom and I received a message from Metro Shoes. So it actually, there is no privacy at all. So how do you control these privacy issues, particularly in healthcare, which we are liable as promoters and hospital owners, and we are responsible, and any deviation may be taking us for a greater loss and task we cannot recover at all.
That's a good point. I think we've been facing this day in, day out in our life. The first thing we should do is that read out the terms and conditions which we consent before we get into, or using the application, whatever it may be. So which we don't do at all. So it is all mentioned there. Basically, in the healthcare perspective, I'll tell you, we need to understand certain basics. Health records are owned by the patient, and hospitals are just custodians of the data. With this understanding, we are just holding the data, and we are protectors of that data. And if you are to share that data with any other app, we were talking about multiple applications or softwares in the hospital and interoperability. If you're going to share between softwares within the system, an EMR with a HIS, with a HR software, whatever it may be, we have to get the consent of the patient saying that this particular data is going to be moved from the HIS to the EMR. That I don't think we are doing. Because pretty much I think we're all in this healthcare industry because we have all been very bad with the IT. So that's otherwise we would have been landed in an IT job. So we don't understand technology as such. We use iPhones, we use ChatGPT otherwise, but from the healthcare perspective, in the hospital setting, we don't understand technology. And that is why the technology penetration in the healthcare space is very primitive. We're very, very far behind. And we don't take an effort to explore new things. Today, there are hospitals, there are challenges, as Dr. Pandian said. There are challenges that there's no straightforward or standard product like HIS product that is available in the market. We have tried many, but it is up to us to make sure that we get the right product customized from the vendor, which we don't do it even before we strike the deal with them. That is where we are failing. It is like the director trying to get the best music out of the music director. You need to know what to get from them. We need to know because they know technology, they do not know the hospital process. They do not know the use case scenarios where it can be used. There are technologies today where voice to text is available, text to voice is available, but they do not know how to use it, where to use it. We'll have to help them get that product from them. Today there's an EMR which I'm working with them and advising them, which is working on a voice to text EMR. As the doctor consults with this patient, it is recorded and it converts to text. And the best part is that as the patient is talking in Tamil, it can record in English as well. So that is there. And there's another technology which I came across yesterday, which is like a telecaller, AI telecaller. So there are a lot of technologies. Now coming to the security part, as I said, we have to ensure proper secure system there in the architecture of the hospital. It may start with having your own servers in-house, on-premises services instead of cloud. Cloud is expensive anyways. Go for an in-house server. Take enough backups. Ideally, you need to have offline backups, regular backups, scheduled backups, so that if there is a hack or a attack, cyber attack, you make sure that the data is protected. Because the DPDP Act says that they can fine you up to 250 crores for loss of data if someone files. There's nothing that you have to just hand over the keys of the hospital to the petitioner. That's all. Nothing else to do. Yeah. So that is how strict the laws are, and we are ignorant of that. The Disha Act is still it's in the draft phase. Soon it may become a law, and if that comes into play, I think for the healthcare, for the first time, we'll have the Data Protection Act in play. So we'll have to be very careful about it and ensure you have very secure firewalls. Simple things like you can even restrict use of USBs, because there are a lot of the low-level staff may take data away, and as they're moving to another hospital, they just hijack all the data. So all this happens. So ensure with small such firewall initiatives, and I think that will be a good starting, but there are a lot of other things which we can engage with a good infrastructure advisor who can help you out.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you. See, for ages, okay, even today, most of us think that the data that we have from the patient is owned by us. Okay, it's absolutely, a wrong perception of thinking. It doesn't belong to you. It's like our Sunnar Shivashankar sir. Most of you follow Tamil, isn't it? Okay, so he told that you want to enjoy life, take loans. If you take loan, you think that money belongs to you. As long as you pay back, it belongs to you. If you don't pay, what will happen? Either you should have the capacity to go and settle down in London, or so over a cup of coffee, I'll talk to you about that. Either you should have the capacity to go and settle down in UK, or in Sri Krishna Janmasthala, okay, where you can do, as he said rightly, to keep your health fit, yoga and meditation and breathing exercises. You'll have a lot of time to do that. So this is very unfortunate that we keep, doing it. And most importantly, most abused area where in a hospital, when you try to spend money, you refrain from spending money is the IT. You want the biggest TV in your lobby, but you don't want the best security system or a firewall which will protect your data in your data center. So it's very unfortunate. So in our mind, I think we have to, that change management has to come. Thank you so much. And also, the regulatory authorities are very clear about what licenses you are supposed to update, what level of security has to be maintained, what data has to be, transferred, what not to be transferred. Okay, all these things are very well, post-COVID particularly, it is very well versed and it is very much there everywhere. And I think all the hospital owners, all the hospital administrators should adopt to that.
Just add one small point there. Make sure that if there is a cyber attack, you have an attack in your hospital, you have to complain or raise the complaint with the CERT, which is the nodal body within 180 days. If not, you will be liable for a huge penalty.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's very important, and I think that by itself is a big topic to be discussed. Maybe next, if you like us and you call us back, and they all like us, good, give feedback. We will be talking on that. In the interest of the time, initially I thought I will have two. Thank you for that. So I thought I'll pose two questions to each of the panelists, but then in the interest of the time and the request made by our organizers, I have to wind it up by 12:30. I'm sure he will give a grace time of 5 minutes. So fair enough, right? Okay. So my last question to you, Raj. Okay. So the most important thing you can buy if you're a rich hospital, like yours is a rich hospital. Okay, I'm sure. And Rajesh, of course, Dr. Rajesh is techie, and I always admire the collection of cars that he has. Okay, wonderful. And he never says no to any technology upgrade. Okay, I personally experienced because I worked with him for almost 2 years. So tell me one thing, how difficult it is. You can bring, okay, so you have money, you can bring brick and mortar, you can make big buildings, you can bring the best equipment, technology, whatever. But then the people are very important. So how do you make sure that the people adopt to it, okay, and the actual objective of this, bringing in the technology is useful to every stakeholder. Okay, so that is the biggest challenge we have. That cultural change has to be brought in. Okay, that adaptability by the employees and various other stakeholders, particularly when there is an organization like you, where there are people who are working for 35 years, or senior most doctors, most renowned doctors working there. So how do you bridge this gap? How do you make them adopt to the technologies and make sure that it is flowing through all the stakeholders and benefiting all of them?
Thank you. It's a very good question. As you said, ours is a very old hospital where you have got a mix of people who are almost 30 years with the organization, and we do have the younger generation and the middle-aged people also. Today, the issue is not the availability of technology. There are plenty of technologies are available, plenty of options are available. The issue is the adoption. The issue is how our end users accept that and adopt that, and how fast or how soon or they adopt that, and what is the kind of resistance from the employees. It starts from the consultants till the end users. So it is a challenge. How to overcome this? We have got a couple of vertical things which is very, very practical. Involve the stakeholders at the very, very early stage itself. Instead of deciding in the boardroom with the management and the leadership team and the IT, instead of that, you use the end users, involve all the stakeholders during the discussion itself, involve them in the demo phase itself, get their opinions, take a collective decision, make sure they are part of the team, make sure this technology is for them and it is made by them. Once that ownership is there in the mind of the end users, the employees, I think the rollout will be very, very easier. And the second one is whenever there's a big rollout, big technological thing, better to go with a pilot project, launch it at a small phase, test it out, learn the mistakes, and fix the glitches. Then once you scale up, then it becomes much, much easier. And the employees also will have the confidence instead of putting pressure on a go-live situation where the pressure, actual practical pressure is there. Instead of them, give them simulations, give them some mocks, give them pilots. Then the confidence builds up. Once they are confident, the training is very specific to particular employees, particular department. The generic trainings will never work out, but very specific trainings pertinent to that department, to that role, the deliverables, it gives success. And then from management's point also, we need to have some patience. Let us give them some time to adopt. Let us not rush with 100% adoption from day one itself. It scales up. Through our experience, what we have learned is, during the first few days, the adoption is only 30-35%, but we make sure within the next month, it is almost hitting at 100%. And thanks for this question, and thanks for time as well.
Thank you so much. It's very well narrated, and that I think brings the end of the questions to the panelists. Dear friends, having said that, I'm telling you time and again, whenever I have the opportunity to talk about technology, AA, etc., I always keep telling you something very important that you all have to keep in mind. These technologies, the AAs, which is going to transform the entire world, the predictive AI we are talking about, okay, it's in the toddler stage. Which, when you have a child at home, as a toddler is the best time that you really, enjoy them, right? As he grows as a teenager, your heart breaks. Starts, when you don't know what time he's going, where he is going, who are his friends, etc. The toddler stage is the best time. They are under your control. And you love them. They love you. Once they are now 13 itself, they started loving, as Shiv Shankar told, everybody. 18, we don't know what is happening. So how do you keep this toddler? Biologically, you can't. But what I mean to say is the AI or the technology. Keep them toddlers. Only if you feed them, they grow. I'm not telling not to starve them. Don't feed them too much. Keep the technologies as toddlers. Enjoy them. Appease them. Get their love, and you start loving them. Don't allow Siri as your boss. Don't allow Alexa your therapist. You are still human. These technologies cannot give you, these can give you solutions. They can make your life easier, faster, but then they cannot contribute what actually you require, that is the human thinking and human love, like what you get from your mother, your children, your family. So have those limitations set. Tell your technology, whatever is listening to you. As I speak, I am sure that my Samsung is listening what I am speaking. I'm not exaggerating. It is listening what I am speaking today. Okay, tell that. You can only listen as long as I have my Wi-Fi and data on. So you have to set that limitation to the technology, or else it will become your boss and life will be miserable. Okay? So you're still human, be human, think human, but at the same time, use technology, digitalization in your lives, in your personal lives, in the society, and for your patients and hospitals. Responsibility is very important. Be responsible. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Can we have one group photograph, please? And Dr. Venkat, thank you so much for accommodating our requests, for helping us maintain our schedule. So we are now more or less back on time for the 19th edition Healthcare 360 Summit. So while we're doing the photo shoot, let me introduce the next item on the agenda, which is a partner presentation from Mr. Prashant Agarwal, who's the Vice President of Red Health. Red Health has been with us for many of our initiatives, and they have a very unique concept. I'm sure many of you might have heard Red Health by now, but if you haven't, then this is one thing that you cannot miss. It's an interesting concept on how to deliver emergency services, emergency transport, at a time when it's most critically needed. So I shall say no further, because please help me welcome on stage Mr. Prashant Agarwal, the VP of Red Health.
So good afternoon, everyone. And at the outset, let me thank ET Health Summit for organizing this forum, where we can interact, we can give the offering to our healthcare partners, to all our hospitals, and to really be a part of their journey to offer the best of patient experiences, the one who is coming. Ambulance service is the first starting point for a patient to a hospital. And we always say that hospital is the journey what patient is looking at, but this is ambulance who is the first experience for a patient for a hospital. And for last 9 years, we are just trying to make our impact on this front, and we are here in a journey of making 9/11 of India. PPT is there. The only company in entire Asia who is JCI accredited, and we have, as we are speaking, over 70% of our staff, they are AHA, ASA certified with ACLS certificates. We are the only company who is currently operating at pan-India level at this capacity, where we have more than 5,000 plus fleets and more than 300 plus cities we have active coverage. So to get again into data here, to some of our unique offering. So we are offering, not only just on road, but train as well as air. And these are our core capabilities, which I'm going to touch base more in details in time, subsequent slides. Coming back to more of the unique things what we are having is primarily on technology we are playing. We are not just an ambulance operator, but we are making sure that what we are offering is helping a hospital to upgrade their overall ambulance operation. And for this, we have a very strong ecosystem, which I'm going to touch base on. Yeah. So we are offering here that just a call, the emergency response is triggered and patient is with you. We have unique offering in terms of our technology, and that technology starts with this entire, blueprint, you can say. So first starting point is our top of funnel game. In top of funnel, we are having our own Red Flash. All of you can experience Red Flash. It's an open app which is available for all patients. As we are discussing, we are having 27,000 plus downloads of Red Flash, which is our direct to consumer. Other than this, in top of funnel, we have our enterprising segment, and in enterprising segment, currently we are having companies who are having the combined employee size of 1,70,000, to whom we are directly catering to. And third, we are having our own directly Google Ads. So we get a lot of leads from Google. Our Google leads are far more efficient as compared to any specific hospital ER system Google leads are concerned. So currently, say for an example at Hyderabad, we are spending on an average in a month around 5.5 lakh rupees on Google Meta Ads. The number of transfers we are doing post this spend is almost 1,000 plus, only through Google channel. To any hospital, when we ask this question randomly, what is your Google spend versus what is the total overall patient you get as inbound, the CAC is almost 6 times to 7 times as compared to them. So there are a team of dedicated people who keep playing with keywords. They keep change the campaign size. They keep changing the geographical things. And these all things are happening because at backend we are having time-based heat map of every geography. So currently all our campaigns which we are running is on pin code level. We are monitoring it. The second thing comes here that once a response is triggered, we have the fastest emergency response time in India. If any one of you, if you dial here, our call center, this is 911 4911 911. Here the response time is under 2 seconds. It will be picked up.
Welcome to Red 911 helpline. How may I help you?
So under 2 seconds it get picked up, and there will be a team of professionals who are going to, sorry, it's a test call. Thank you. A team of experts do the triaging. So our conversion ratio is almost 80 to 85% as compared to conventional conversion ratio for emergency response system for any hospital, which it ranges in between 50 to 55%. We have case study by case study where after we coming into a hospital, how their conversions to ER, their ER footfall has gone up by their own call center number conversions. The third thing comes is our real transfers. So real transfer is, we completely backed up this with our entire Red OS platform, where there is a dedicated app which is there, a message triggered to the pilot who is going to accept the case. EMT will accept the case, and this entire thing is happening at the back end when people are just answering the call over phone of a patient inquiry. So there is no once I receive the call and then I call someone else. This all things are happening parallelly. So in 1 second if I am receiving the call, in 1 minute, 2 minutes if I am doing triaging, based on AI, whether it is going to be a ACLS call or BLS call or an EMT need to go or a doctor need to go, everything is happening parallelly. And within 3 minutes, the vehicle is dispatched. This is the TET which we are maintaining at a 15,000 call load in a month. 15,000 trips we are doing in a month. And in order to deliver this 15,000 trips in a month, we are having call load of almost 35,000. So this is what the efficiency and the scale at which we are operating. The last piece which you are seeing here is our Salas EMS. Currently, ER is not having any interface where they can see that if a patient if he has started from say Pondicherry to Chennai, and if he is coming via third party vendor, there are 95% chances where patient may get lost and he may get diverted to any other hospital. The interface which we have given to all our partner hospital, by which they can real time, they can track the patient vitals, patient condition and patient status of journey. And this all things are happening seamlessly to all our partner hospital. We have further advanced on this. Now we are offering the 5G integrated ambulance services, which is a completely, we see this as a future of ambulance services. And we have SyncX as our patented platform for this. SyncX enable a hospital to see all vitals when patient is in. Through cardiac monitor, it is being telecasted to the hospital. And it is not only just the vital seeing, it is a two-way connectivity, where the ER physician on real time can interact with EMT and the patient party in the ambulance and can really navigate the doses or the treatment. So the treatment can start as fast as in the ambulance. So these all things are happening, and we are very proud that as we are discussing, there are over 79 ambulances are deployed as 5G ambulances out of 500 plus ambulances which are offered to our different partner hospitals. So I spoke to you about this. The unique feature of SyncX, which we are seeing here, is the zero latency. And we are the only company in 5G connected space which are offering with dual SIM offering. So we are also having Jio plus Airtel both at a go. As we are speaking, there is a lot of things happening on air ambulance and train ambulance, and I can share the experience as of yesterday, where we transferred a patient from Dibrugarh to Pune. And the story is on LinkedIn, any one of you can follow it. 60-hour plus journey, a patient with stroke, he was transferred, and this entire journey was live telecasted to the treating physician at Pune as well as to Dibrugarh. And the doctor team was well equipped to transfer this. And I have a story from here also, Chennai, where from Rela Hospital to Kerala, a small baby was transferred. We have the world record is there, 1300 kilometer plus road transfer of a 41 days old baby. We delivered, say, around a month back. And this all gives us huge satisfaction that we are in a position to really deliver life to the patient when they need it most. We are proud to have partnered with all leading hospitals in the country. As we are speaking, we are operating at 104 hospitals across India. The count is increasing, and the number of lives we are touching base is also increasing. We are the only JCI accredited company. We are only ISO 2015 and ISO 2012 certified company in the country. I was speaking about this neonatal transfer which we have done through road. The journey plan for this patient was done in a very phasic manner. We halted the patient journey at two places where the entire vital examination was done in a stable environment, and again patient was given okay to move further. And this was covered very well in print media as well as including Times of India. And this is the confidence we have given to the father and the mother of a new baby. Finally, the baby survived, and it was treated at KIMS Hospital, KIMS Hospital, Secunderabad. We also have done a lot of air transfers, and this was one of the rescue which we have done from Patna to. This is the country, so from Delhi to Lahore we have transferred. So there are multiple cases are there, and we can keep discussing on this, but we get a lot of confidence that we are able to join the mission which all of you are carrying for your patient. And finally, my ask to you that if you require any kind of thing where you want your operational issue to overcome, we can take care of your logistic part, we can take care of your entire operation part. If you want to have game in convergence, then we have our Convert EMS as our program which we can offer to all our hospitals. We can play on top of funnel also if you want to have more leads through your own organic media to come, more ER footfall to come. We have a very customized program for this. And finally, if you want to have any kind of corporate tie-ups, OHC tie-ups, we can set up implants for you for residential colonies for your corporate clients. So with this, let's join hands, and if you want any kind of assistance, we have my colleague Linkesh. He is based out of Chennai, and you can reach out to us on red.health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a phenomenal service that you're providing. Ambulance services, emergency transportation, and emergency logistics. It allows hospitals to focus on the core competency of actually taking care of the patients rather than worrying about logistics and getting patients to the facility on time. So it's a great service, a phenomenal service, and kudos to you for taking that, for having the gumption to take it up and really take it to the scale that you've brought it to. And I'm sure you'll only take it to further heights going forward. So very well done, sir. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we shall move on to the next panel discussion on the agenda, which is the final discussion before the midday break. And this is an interesting one because the topic is from bricks to bytes. All this talk about technology, AI, etc. What exactly does this mean? And how exactly do we transition from bricks to bytes? And how do we rethink hospitals in the digital age that we are in at the moment? So let me introduce our panelists, starting with Mr. Raghav Rao, who is the CEO of Camomile Healthcare. Mr. Raghav Rao, please welcome on the stage. We also have Dr. Stephen Matthew, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Sringeri Sharda Equitas Hospital. Sir, can we please help you on the stage, Dr. Stephen Matthew. Dr. Natesh Bala, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Frontier Lifeline Hospital. Then we also have Mr. Veera Prakash, who is the Group Head of Sales and Marketing at SRM Global Hospitals. Also, please help, yes, gentlemen, please come on the stage. Yes, please, sir. Also, please help me welcome on stage Dr. Biswarup Pal, who's the Group of Operations, who's the Chief of Operations and Medical Services at Gleneagles Hospital and Health City. And our last panelist before the moderator is Mr. Vijay Roy, who's the AVP of Supply Chain Management at Kaveri Hospital. So those are we also have Mr. Dev Khanna, who's the Director of Operations and Business Development at SIMS Hospital. So those are our panelists, and to ask the probing questions and dissect this topic, please help me welcome our moderator for this discussion on how do we convert bricks to bytes, Dr. Sai Surender, who's the Group Head of Emergency Medicine at Dr. Kamakshi Memorial Hospitals. Can we please get the, chairs, please. Positive impact. So these are all probing questions, pertinent questions, and the onus is on, of course, you to help us understand and take the discussion forward. So please take it away.
Just before the lunch, and really welcome you all once again. This is a very interesting panel after hearing of so much of brainstorming in the morning. So many panels and a wonderful speech from a legend like the Aircel founder. Today we are here with the theme, Bricks to Bytes. Thanks for the opportunity to moderate amidst legends. As we stand at the intersection of tradition and innovation, we are reminded that healthcare has come a long way to the foundational bricks of a hospital, of medical knowledge and infrastructure, to the digital bytes that are revolutioning patient care. In this era of technological advancements, we are witnessing a paradigm shift in how we deliver healthcare. From electronic health records to telemedicine, artificial intelligence and beyond, technology is bridging gaps, improving outcomes, and enhancing patient experiences. Time has come after the recent H1B debacle. A golden opportunity has risen to utilize young intellectual talents stolen from us and making shine India even more better. With geopolitical instability and recent GST reforms, Indian healthcare has a very brilliant potential to outshine other industries. With this introduction, I would like to go on to the questions with our legends. First of all, as already the introduction has been done, my first question will be to Mr. Raghava Rao, the CEO of Camel Healthcare. He's not here. Okay. So, to Dr. Stephen Matthew. So, my first question will be, what are the biggest challenges in integrating legacy hospital systems with new digital platforms? Have the mic.
Dr. Sai, so thinking about it, I would say that first is the decision making itself. How do you decide which is the right new platform to integrate with your legacy systems? Because by the time you decide to, let's say, experiment with something, because that's what we're doing with a lot of the newer systems, 6 months down the line, someone else comes with something which is slightly different, and then you're stuck wondering if you made the right decision or if you should move yet again. The next would be, in our experience, would be there's always a lack of cooperation between different vendors, and there's so many challenges which arise out of this, whatever integration needs to happen, where no one is willing to take responsibility if something goes wrong. So that's why as an administrator, I would be extremely apprehensive of integrating something, especially when it's slightly unproven or something which is new. Why risk something which is already running for something which might work? Then even in integration, there's a lack of standardization of the databases. So even if you successfully integrate, you are never sure if it will work the way it will work. So these are, I think, some of the challenges which exist. And yeah, longevity of the company itself. So again, that's something from personal experience. You try something out and you've onboarded someone, and 6 years down the line, 1 year down the line, 2 years down the line, is that platform or that company still in existence? So that's why an established hospital would always be quite reluctant to experiment, because that really is the word here. We don't have newer platforms which are proven where you can take a reasoned decision.
That's true. See, today's world where digital is being uptaken by every other opportunity to improve, to adapt, to innovate, and to focus on. Definitely, that always it's a never-ending topic of a challenge to integrate the legacy systems. My next question will be to Dr. Natesh Bala. So, from a clinician's perspective, how has digital adoption reshaped patient care workflows inside hospitals, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Sai, for the question, and thanks to ET again. I've been here a few times, and it's always amazing to take away so much of learning from here, from all this session panelists as well. I've met a few of them earlier. Good afternoon to everybody. So it's a very interesting question, Dr. Sai. What do clinicians think about digital adoption? So let me start by saying, I've done a few of these conferences, and the cliche now has become digital adoption, right? Everyone's talking about digital adoption, and I think we should break it down, because there are owners of small hospitals who've come to me and said, sir, we don't know how to go about digital adoption and how to take it up. So I think digital adoption needs to be broken down to, I feel, another way, which is look at the pain points in your own hospital and then try to solve it with technology. After all, there is no point in coming and putting a bloated digital system onto your hospital if you're not going to use those particular components of that digital system, right? So digital system basically starts with your EHR or EMR, which right now even small nursing homes are doing already. So digitization in the Indian scenario has already started, and nobody uses manual records for just, at some point they have some kind of digitization happening, right? But if you really want to go further than that, we should actually look at the pain points in our own hospitals, in different hospitals, because each hospital has its own peculiar pain points, Dr. Sai. I believe that there's no point in bringing a big digital system onto place, a big ERP like SAP, We don't need all those. We just need to find digital system which actually work for our hospital, right? So for instance, I now work at Frontier Lifeline Hospitals. We are a cardiac only specialty hospital. So when I joined, I'm recently joined there. So when I looked at the pain points and had talks with the various departments, I found that a cardiologist, the first touch point for our patients is the physician assistant, right? And only when they do the tests and everything, with all the tests, they go and meet the cardiologist. One of the biggest problems they face is that once the physician assistant gets all that, they need a report out. We have a typing pool, but then we see 150 patients a day, and the typing pool is always late. So that's a huge point. So the first thing I did was look for systems which can solve that pain point. Unfortunately, I found something called Evoco, which does the first level of transcription. Now, what Evoco is now doing is recording the conversation between my physician assistant and the patient. And also, further, after all the tests come, recording the conversation between the doctor and the patient. And I'm sure all of you know what is SOAP, right? It is, assessment, planning, and before that. So, it follows the SOAP method, where from the conversation, these companies build their own LLMs. It extracts the information from the conversation and puts it in the SOAP format. And this is a template which you can modify to your own hospitals, right? So now the typist doesn't have to type out everything. It's already there. They just have to edit it. So instead of 20 minutes for patient, it's now over in 1 minute or 5 minutes for the editing, right? And beyond this, one more pain point the physician assistant had was that patients were constantly calling up and asking, and that takes about 2 hours of their time. Now, Evoco does one more thing. We send out a WhatsApp message, and in the WhatsApp message, the patient can type a question, and Evoco extracts answers from the conversation which the doctor had with the patient. For instance, the patient can ask, the doctor told me to take this, I don't know whether it's twice or thrice. It takes out the conversation and gives the response without even getting back to us. This platform gives the response saying the doctor advised thrice. Right? So now I've solved 2 big pain points for my hospital. That one is the shortage of time by typists, and Evoco does it and puts it in a template. The second thing is the calling of the patients. So they don't have to call me. The system can automatically answer these questions. And the best part is the system also allows you to talk in Tamil, in Hindi, in English. You can type or you can even talk. So this is the way I think digital adoption should happen. My clinicians are happy because it saved a lot of time. So rather than trying to get a big system sitting on the hospital, I think we should go by what your pain points are and bring systems to sort out those pain points.
That's excellent. I think I don't have to add up anything. Next, I have a question to Mr. Vijay Roy, who's from Kaveri. So how do you justify the return on investment of digital transformation in hospitals to boards and investors?
Very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, doctor, for putting this question to me. So this is again a very big concern and challenge for all the hospital healthcare, how the ROI comes from the digitalizations, whatever transformations are happening. And every organizations are going for digitalization and transformations, because that is the backbone of any organization. So you have to adopt the latest technology. So the main thing is how to get it is the terms of how the hospitals, your revenue is going up. That is the one parameters where you keep track of that. You track of that, what is the footfall is increasing with your transformation technology. And nowadays, if you see everywhere, the CRM is implemented, that is customer relation management software. So that give you tracking of referral, what is coming from your footfall, your OPD, your conversion of programs, what your marketing guys are doing. So there are lots of tools are available, and utilizing that, it gives you direct, you can see that number of referral patients are increasing department-wise, doctor-wise, and that revenue which is coming out of that, that is the one thing. Second is always the efficiency which goes increase with all this digitalization. So one is monetary benefit, other is the your system process. So the streamlining the process, your TAT around which is reducing. So all this may not be directly giving you monetary benefit, but yes, indirectly if you see, this definitely will adding on to your monetary benefit. And this is how mainly it is ROI can be considered.
Yeah, with this I wanted to add a point. Recently you can see Kaveri increasing its digital footprint.
Yes.
by reducing the boards. And you know, today's the middle-aged or the young class has, everybody has an Android phone and more of YouTubes and lives. They have penetrated the market, and it's a very good example for all of us to follow the example of Kaveri. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Vijay.
so we have also developed our own Kaveri GPT. So Chat GPT, we have our own Kaveri GPT, so that all the informations are available in a click. So if audience are sitting here and if you see the young generations, mostly on mobile. So hardly many of us will be working on laptop or computer, but we are mainly working on the mobile. So anything on the mobile is going to boost up all this process and giving you ease of working and handy.
Yeah.
So that is the way we are looking at.
Yes, next we have Sir Mr. Raghu Rao, the CEO of Chamomile Healthcare. Sir, I have a question for you. How can hospital design evolve to balance physical infrastructure with future-proof digital involvement? Can I have the mic?
So today, the way we look at hospitals, I think, has changed considerably from what it was, let's say, 15, 20 years back to what it is now. You know, a lot of future-proofing is required as against what it is, what was required earlier. Earlier, it was predominantly beds, equipment, MRI room, CT scan, and X-ray, and you know, a few rooms categorized into single, double, or predominantly wards, in fact. But today, I think the dynamics have changed. You know, a lot of digital integration, I think, would be advantageous to hospitals, and the key thing is to think through on these requirements right at the beginning, which I think is the need of the hour. You know, what's currently happening is people are you know, trying to fit in technology, fit in new processes at a later stage, which I think is, one, very inefficient. Second, I think it is costly. So it is all about you know, conceptualizing what the patients need, what the stakeholders who are going to use the hospital infrastructure need, and you know, absorb digital into the infrastructure planning, absorb digital at the infrastructure planning itself. So that means architects at the time of developing the facility plan and that getting generated into an architecture brief is when we need to incorporate technology and digital. So you know, we work with like, you know, we work with hospitals on helping them be future ready, and you know, helping them you know, improve their efficiencies. So we are bringing in a lot of you know, ideas and concepts from other industries. So that's what I think healthcare industries probably should be doing in terms of imbibing the best practices from other industries. One simple example that we have been pivoting is the DigiYatra you know, model in the airports. You know, where facial recognition has transformed you know, the entire check-in process and you know, the airport experience. So that's a concept that we're trying to actually see on you know, how it can be applied, how it can be applied to hospitals. So facial systems like that can be effectively implemented when they're, you know, conceptualized and planned at an early stage. You know, so because it requires networking requirements, it has hardware requirements, it has software requirements. You know, and when put in later, I think it becomes ugly, not also very efficient. So this is the change in the thinking that is required. You know. To create a seamless digital health infrastructure, which will help in you know, improved efficiencies and seamless operations.
Thank you so much for that. So the way forward is about smart hospitals and greener hospitals. Is that the take from sir? And next I would like to ask Vishwaroop sir, a legend in critical care and now the Chief of Operations at Global. Sir, how can digital tools enhance patient experience without losing the human touch?
Okay, sir. Actually, I'll modify your question a little bit. You have said human touch. I'll add the component of humane touch.
Humane touch.
Okay. So when, say, going back, say, 15 years ago, when I myself did first telemedicine consultation, I think I was terrible. I could not give the patient the feel that I'm near with the patient. Okay. I think that is what you, whole purpose of doing digital transformation is, my reach is wider, reach is deeper. Sitting here, I should be able to benefit a patient in Manipur, right? But in the process, we have to understand the whole concept of healthcare, we are not selling a Colgate toothpaste or Nirma soap. It's a performance, it's a service, and it's an emotion. So that is where the human touch comes. And it calls for serious self-adaptation. As I told my first telemedicine, when I sat back later on, I thought I did a terrible job. I could not give that patient that feel. So it becomes individual responsibility. It is all good to say that we'll become digital in patient care, but it is not that simple. Training alone will not change. It is the culture that has to change. I think when we sit in Chennai, when we are going to any car factory, Chennai is surrounded by automobile industry, you will see one man manning 4 machines. Whereas in healthcare, it is just opposite. It is hugely human chain intensive. So if I am converting systems to digital, I must not convert my human resource to lazy emotion. Then the whole purpose will be lost. Whatever Vijay was saying, that non-tangible benefit about increase in footfall, it is not because of technical convenience. It is because in spite of mechanization, we have not lost the human and humane touch. Human touch will be lost. I'm definitely not palpating or feeling the abdomen of the patient in Manipur.
Right.
But I should be able to give him that feel. It is not just doctor, it is at every level of performance.
That's wonderful, sir. I accept with sir on this. I have a question to Mr. Veera Prakash. How can digital solutions such as EMR or EHR and health information exchange be effectively implemented to improve the efficiency and streamline the healthcare workflow?
It was a good question, Dr. Sai.
Little louder. Can you keep the mic a little closer? So?
The earlier days, we used to say, the technology adoption is taking up a different shape. When we are trying to reform from one stage to another stage, some 20 years back, there was only a regional medium, then we came to English medium, then Montessori learning. So this technology has been changing across from initial stage of a kid to an adult. So the recent advancement in terms of EMR, like electronic medical records or health information exchanges, it has different value adds to it. So I'd like to have a small presentation which says what is need of an adaptation and how it is going to get a different shape into the technology adaptation in terms of healthcare industry and what makes the change. So that will give a clear picture of adopting the technology and what ways we are into that shape and where we are standing across.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have that presentation at the
Right.
second question at the end because we need to have some more discussion. So this is your take on that. And you want to have the presentation now?
Just a 5-slide about
Yeah,
this.
please go ahead. Can you just move on to the next slide, please?
So why hospital needs to redefine itself in terms like changing patient expectation. Earlier stage, as Dr. rightly said, there are the days where telemedicine was difficult to handle across, where patient was not having that feel factor, but now it is totally changed across. One to many, the reach is different. So based on that, we have adopted. And the next is rising burden in terms of chronic diseases. We know about the pandemics, how it has gone across and where we are ending up right now. And in terms of workforce challenges, what we are facing across. One to many, because of the change in adoption, where many peoples in terms of nursing care, in terms of paramedic, or in terms of doctor connects, it's not enough to handle across many. The next is the global competition in terms of standards. Many hospitals are blooming across with recent advancements, so that is a need of our. So digital transformation in terms like it's a strategic recommendation time being, and transition in terms of reactive to predictive and proactive measures we are. Early stage, there was a sickness care we were handling in terms of hospital. A patient needs to come to hospital only for a sickness, but now they are coming for a wellness and preventive measures. So what way the technology is going to matter a lot in terms of this wellness and preventive measures. So we can come up with the end.
Thank you, Mr. Veera Prakash. You can return the screen. So I think the first round of questions have been over, and I hope this was very, very insightful. Now we have the second round of questions. Can I have again Dr. Stephen Matthew? How do you ensure interoperability across multiple health, digital health solution without creating silos?
One way, key way of achieving this, with achieving digital transformation without creating silos, is to integrate whatever digital transformation into your annual operating plan, or into the strategy discussions that where you're defining, let's say, the strategic roadmap for the next 3 to 5 years. The digital plan needs to be an integral part of this. It cannot be an ad hoc add-on which comes later because you saw something which you like, and then you're saddling that onto your team, and then they're stuck with it, and 6 months later you experiment with something else, and eventually none of it bears fruit, and your team is sick and tired of you constantly asking them to try new solutions. So it has to be an integral part of not just the annual operating plan, but the strategic plan for the next 3 to 5 years. So that also means that as administrators or as IT experts, we need to be aware of what are the existing gaps, what are the projected gaps, what are the future growth plans, and what is the direction the market is going to take.
Yeah.
You have to match both of them. So that is one way of avoiding silos. And it's also important to include all the stakeholders in the discussions. Doctors and nurses have to be part of this discussion where you're evaluating the digital plan for the next 3 to 5 years. So often when we're looking at digital solutions, the digital solutions that we're trying to adopt often address non-clinical or operational issues and gaps, and clinical outcomes are not really addressed by most of the digital transformation projects that most hospitals take up. Very few hospitals that are exceptions to this. So we should give due weightage to solutions that address clinical problems. So if there is a solution that can, let's say, reduce the risk of patient fall, reduce the risk of HAIs, reduce readmission rates, address burnout rates among nurses, doctors, I think such solutions will have more stakeholders easily adopting it rather than resisting it.
That's a great explanation on that. So interoperability between man and machine, or in between machines and platforms, and how do you integrate for the betterment of healthcare is what we wanted to ask for. So with that, I would ask Dr. Natesh Bala the next question. How do we address the concerns of clinicians who feel digital systems add complexity rather than ease their work?
That's a great question, Dr. Sai. That's really the question, actually. There's no point in having a big digital system, however good it is, if people are not going to use it, especially the clinicians, right? So I follow a very simple approach. I don't tell them that this is my EMR, if we are getting a new one, start using it. No, that they will never listen to it, and they will be resistant. I rather tell them, do you want a better way to cut down your work timings, right? So I tell them that what you're now doing is taking you 45 minutes. By using this system, you're going to finish it in 15 minutes. Now that I find really works, because doctors are always keen to save time, right? Either if it's for more cases or for getting home early. So I think, you need to involve the clinicians, like Dr. Stephen was saying. I think we need to have a very, very collaborative approach to the whole digital transformation at whatever level you're trying to do. And especially clinicians, I don't think they no longer resist. They just find it, unless you tell them that it's really important, they don't want to get into it. And the best way to do that is to tell them that by using this, you're going to save time for both yourself and the hospital. I think an approach like that works better than getting something and then thrusting them into it.
So that clears the answer for a question. So today, in the era of artificial intelligence, tomorrow it's going to be hypersonic intelligence is what they say. It is going to be even more advanced, and as medical professionals, we need to integrate that into our system before we get outdated. But there are old clinicians who do not accept the fact that the computer era is entering into our system, and they are now not able to cope. But as the age goes on, definitely integration will be the next line of treatment in our system. With that, I have our next question to Mr. Vijay Roy. What change management strategies are critical for ensuring hospital staff adopt digital tools effectively?
So one thing is, for any technology, if we are coming out or we are just trying to enforce, will never be a successful. So the technology should be very simple, ease to operate and understandable. Because in the healthcare we see that there are lots of manual works and documentations are happening, and changing that complete into system digitalizations is not very easy. So making them, all the employees to understand, it is a continuous kind of a training process. Then it is kind of understanding them to take it as an ownership basis, so that every employee should take that process themselves as a owner of that. And then one is regular follow-up and monitoring. And along with that, definitely recognition and award, which is very important, so that give encouragement to others to see and complete the whatever the project or process we want to set for. So these are the things where we need to look at, because any technology should not drive human beings. Human beings should be driving the technology. If in that sense, if we come up with the solutions, with the programs or whatever initiatives we want to take in the digitalizations, it must be very understandable, very easy way to operate. If you see nowadays we are using so many apps, even in the mobile, either Swiggy or we go for any airlines booking, in 2 or 3 clicks we are completing the whole things. So everybody wants to be so easy that we don't have to do it again and again, filling of the details, go there, save it, download, attach. So that all process leads to somewhere very difficult thinking of anybody who is working for in this industry for a long, and suddenly they have to switch to the digitalization. So it will not be very easy. So we have to see that for whom we are going to make these digitalizations, the process should be according to them. So it should be so easy that it can be easily adaptable to them. One example which I give, in the supply chain management in the hospitals, we all know that there are supplies comes from different vendor. Then we go for a GRN process, goods received note in the stores. And then you take the product or supplies in your system in, so that in the IPD or OPD it gets consumed and it is consumed out. So that is the main process. So all these process, if you see the getting the supplies and making GRN is a very long and tedious process. So a person of a store or pharmacist will be killing at least 1.5 hours, 2 hours each GRN to process. So because there will be lots of many items, you have to see the expiry, batch number, and all those things. So digitalization, how it helps is, our IT, we have developed a platform on what is called is optical character recognition, that is OCR platform. So what happens, the moment the vendor is generating the invoice, we have given them a login ID with our software, HMS. So he put it this invoice there itself. Once he is ready to dispatch as per your purchase order. So what happens, the moment the goods received, you are ready to go for GRN, because that way the vendor will put all the details regarding your, the conversion factor, pack size, everything correctly. So here there will be no error. And it will be a very time consuming. In a click you can go and GRN and done and process. So these are like things. So what happens is, when we bringing this into the system, there were lots of issue with the team, understanding and all. Once they realized, once they started working on it, they realized that it is a very easy and it's a time saving. So for which they used to take it so much of full day time for making the GRN, they are doing in a click. So once they realize how the process helped them to move and to come out with the TAT for their departments, that has become very acceptability with all alternate from the all. So that is the way. The solution should be from the point of view of the users, how they want, not rather than what we want.
That's true, but what we wanted to emphasize also was increase in training, smart solutions for training. Like how the difference, what happened to Nokia and what happened to Samsung today. Because they didn't update themselves, they didn't find innovative approaches to penetrate the market. The same applies for healthcare too. If you're not educating your staff smartly, definitely they are not going to catch up, and they are going to take you back to the Stone Ages where you're going to write prescriptions and then you're not going to enter into the digital age. So pumping up more and more infrastructure and training definitely matters, where Kaveri is doing a sizable amount of training. With that, I would like to move to our next question to Mr. Raghav Rao, that what role does sustainability play when rethinking hospitals in the digital era?
Yeah, sustainability, I think, is a topic that is on top of everyone's mind, whoever is planning hospitals or operating hospitals. And I think, it is no longer an option, but I think it is mandatory to, absorb sustainability into everything that hospitals do. See, recently we've been looking at, some statistics on, see, everyone feels that if you have to incorporate sustainable measures and sustainable material into hospitals, it's going to involve high operations cost and high capital expenditure. But that's actually wrong. See, data shows that whichever entities that have incorporated sustainability into their operations and into their capital, into their project costs, they're actually the most profitable. So in the long run, sustainable, interventions and sustainable measures actually are leading to improved financial performance. So that's one, myth that has been busted. That it actually is helping the hospitals financially. Second, I think many of the sustainable measures, sustainable interventions like bringing in natural light, enabling fresh air, are actually leading to improved clinical outcomes. So therefore, from a hospital's perspective, I think it is not an option anymore, but it's mandatory, is what I can say. And there are a lot of ways in which sustainability can be incorporated into hospitals. From as simple an intervention as enabling natural light into patient areas and other parts of the hospital, which enables healing in a much faster manner, to using systems like solar and others, which are also being promoted by the government, will lead to significant cost saving and a much more efficient way of operating a hospital. So, and what this involves is, we need to have that sustainability thinking right at the beginning of planning a hospital. Then it makes it much more easier. We have some, very good big names in architecture out here. Siddharth is out here. So they're all involved with a lot of planning of sustainable, interventions. So they, I'm sure you can connect with what I'm trying to say. But it best works when they're incorporated right at the beginning. Of course, it is not impossible to bring them in at an operation stage, but I think the amount of work that is required to bring in sustainable systems at a later stage is much more than bringing it in at the planning stage. So my advice would be, and our experience has shown that at the architecture level, at the design stage, we should plan sustainable measures.
Yeah, I truly agree that sustainability is all we all imagine, and definitely moving towards digital and non-digital infrastructures. Sustainability is the only key word which all keeps us going. With that, I would like to ask our next question to Dr. Paul. What role do patients themselves play in shaping the success of digital hospitals, sir? What role do patients themselves play in shaping the success of digital hospitals?
So, no, before I answer your question directly, I quote Abel, who spoke in the last panel, a little while ago, that data belongs to the patient, hospitals are only the custodians. Now, when patient is not directly demanding that we become digital, we are doing it for thinking it is going to benefit the patient. Now, I think on 28th or 29th, the final cut of DPDT Act is going to be published. In that, patient's responsibilities are also there. Okay, consents are very categorically mentioned in that. I'm not quoting because it is not yet in public. But patient's responsibility as such on its own is a matter of choice for the patient. We cannot compel a patient, today's patient or a prospective patient. It is our proposal whether we are proposing to an invisible customer. That audience I am not seeing. But we are expecting that the convenience I am providing will make the patient choose this service. Having said that, I myself am looking forward to a day. I can tell you, a conventional liver transplant patient, having spent enough time in that field, before transplant suffers for 2-3 years, and the files become 2-inch, 3-inch thick, endless data, endless imaging. And then after transplant remains on immunosuppression for lifelong. And also the patient is mobile. Today it is no more like life begins in Chennai, in Malapur and ends in Chennai. It doesn't work that way. Carrying this huge volume, it will become hugely convenient. I'm looking forward to a day some company creates an app where app will be owned by the patient, and patient can store that data. If patient is flying to New York tomorrow and something happens, it is not necessary to physically carry that much. You understand?
That's true. That's
you understand
true. That's very
what
much
I mean?
true.
But probably, and as far as stepping into the era, I think the first step is going to be EMR. And I want to clarify, EMR is only electronic medical record. EHR is interoperability. You are Kaveri, I am Fortis, but we should be. But that's long way away. And lastly, I have been a clinician for 32 years. We are very interesting animals because for my subject, I'm very desperately keen to adopt the latest technology. But that desperation ends in my subject. When I'm supposed to adapt something else, I'm skeptical, I'm reluctant, I'm reticent. I'm not talking about exception. This is the unique virtue or quality all these people have.
Very true,
Thank
very
you.
true, sir. Very true and well taken. As sir has explained, it's a very, very complex subject which we are dealing with. So before we end, as we are out of time, I would like to ask Dr. Mr. Veeraprakash, the last question. How can interoperability between different healthcare systems and devices be achieved to facilities seamless data exchange and collaborations among healthcare providers?
It's a good question. Before answering this, I'd like to add up two things we have been discussing along from morning. Like Mr. Atal rightly said, the data when it compares to it is an ownership of that particular patient, where if someone is telling to sealess data or selling to other hospitals, it's now HIPAA complaint is there, where based on that act, we cannot move out the data, or the data has been privacy, where we cannot sell out the data, or we cannot move it at one. The next is, as Mr. Rajarajan rightly said, there are the days we'll be getting an ICU which can be run across in a home. There are now, we have, because of adaptability and other things, recent advancement, we do have a remote ICU which can be monitored across anywhere. Even a small hospital which doesn't have a good intensivist or someone where they can monitor across from an intensivist, where they can run across a hospital with the 3 or 4 ICU beds. There are the days which is coming across near to us. And the next is with regard to the data, what Sar was saying, in terms of FHIR, where it has been interoperably getting connected to all the hospitals where patients' data can be shared across at any given time. And as recent advancement, we have been doing it up with our hospital, and we are trying it across. One is that Gitai, where Jetai, where the patient can communicate across with the chatbot, and chatbot listens to them and reacts to them one. And morning we had a session with Red Ambulance, where connecting with an ambulance is so easy now, so patient need not wait for a longer time. The ambulance where it has been transiting across, the patient gets a message like a Swiggy, how we are getting a message where rightly our order is, and when we'll be getting. The expected time of that is easily accessible with regard to this, the M-Siren or Red Ambulance or Emphasis or anyone. And with regard to the other things, in terms remote ICU, we have other things which really helps us in terms of collecting the data, collaging the data, and how it is getting implanted during the lead generation. If someone is calling across, how that lead is not splitting across. This really helps up for a patient or for a doctor, where if someone is trying to call and trying to connect to a doctor, there are the days where the patient has to wait for a doctor for a long time. But now the system has made so simple that instead of waiting for a doctor, the doctor will immediately respond to a patient's note, say for example, what specialty they need and what are the things when they are trying to visit. And the accessibility is so easy with regard to the telemedicine and the recent advancement. Because of the time is not permitting, I couldn't able to deliver the other slides, where the interoperability has taken us for a longer distance in terms of the HL7, where health level system 7 by US system has been enforcing to all the hospitals. The recent adoptability says like the recent advancement has started to enter into a hospital. It is up to us how to take it further. There are, of course, few challenges, as someone rightly said. A stenographer will be, my ex-boss used to say, a stenographer will be rightly a stenographer. If I'm going to marry her, rightly she will not be a stenographer. She used to boss me. The same way, like, it is up to us to take it up the advancement and how to travel across along with the advancement. Once the advancement is overruling us, I'm sure that we will not be in the right shape to go further. That's it.
Thank you. And we have come to the end of the panel. Anyone wants to add or any questions will be taken at the end of the session or in the lunch networking hours. So I'd like to conclude by thanking all the legends who are present here. And we definitely say a golden opportunity has risen. See, after the recent H1B debacle, definitely we are going to have young, brilliant minds who are going to come back to India, or, they are going to stay in India. It is time for us as healthcare leaders to make an opportunity for these people to come together, and also in healthcare, more digital and more seamless infrastructure is needed to make hospitals even more smarter, greener, and make make India as the most preferable healthcare destination. Everybody in the room have this moral responsibility. So let's embark on this journey together, celebrating the progress we have made and embracing the opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you for being part of this important conversation. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
For the entire morning. Thank you so much for the panelists for sharing your experience and knowledge with us, and we greatly appreciate your presence with us this morning. Thank you. Can we have a photo shoot, please? Welcome you on stage. Please also help me welcome Mrs. Praveena Sachin, who's the head of operations at Anna Velankani Multi-Specialty Hospital. Also, we would like to invite Dr. Babu Narayan, who's a senior consultant physician and diabetologist at GEM Hospital and Research Center. We also have Dr. Prince Samuel, who's the vice president at Wells Medical College and Hospital. And our last panelist before our moderator is Dr. Yavar Hussain Vikas, who's the chief marketing officer at MIOT International Hospitals. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are our panelists, and to do the analysis and dissection for this topic, please help me welcome on stage our moderator, who is Dr. Abhishant Prabhu, who is the medical administrator at Be Well Hospital. Yes. Two very important topics that are the hot topic at almost every discussion, every conference, every panel discussion. AI automation is inevitably discussed. So the onus is on you to help us understand, analyze, and dissect what is this all about and how can we implement this effectively. Please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think post-lunch is a very dull session. We want to make it really out. Can I have another good afternoon from everyone? Perfect. And I think we hope we don't make you sleep now. So we are going to make it a very interesting set, as Sunny told us. It's one of the major discussions on how healthcare is going to be with AI and automation. So basically, it's a very pivotal moment where healthcare and technology is no longer just a support system, but an active partner. And along with that, we have great challenges coming by how we are going to implement it, how is the data security going to be handling. And we have a good set of team here who's part of a panelist. Hello. Yeah. So as we just run into the topic, because AI is rapidly redefining healthcare, we just want to know how is it going to be in the future. As other panel discussions we had about designing the future, the bridging the systems and bricks to bytes, so many of them are telling the AI is just a toddler right now. So how the toddler is going to grow, how are we going to handle the toddler, how are we going to mold the toddler, is it going to hit us back, or we are going to mold the toddler and keep it as a friend to us. So with the first panel on the topic, we have I have a question to Mr. Vikram Giridharan, who is the head of operations of SP Medicity. Yeah, hi Vikram. It's great having you at the panel. So I want to know, how is AI going to improve the clinical decision making and diagnosis in the day-to-day patient care?
Hi.
Good afternoon. This is Vikram. So AI integration in clinical operations like diagnostics and all, like nowadays the machines and MRI machines, whatever we own currently in our organization, it is enabled with AI technology. It has helped our technicians to make the decision on the sequence what they have to choose. And it makes the patient to have the clear reports by analyzing the data. It helping the clinicians to make the decisions faster. So this is a way it is stepping ahead than what the clinicians were doing it all these days. So likewise, like a MRI is one phase. Pathology is already, it is on the trial. Lots of trial is going on the pathology. Like they want to do studies on the smears, samples everywhere, like they were analyzing with the cameras, like digital cameras, like they are getting the reports, getting ready. So it is giving the doctors, making the decision faster and reliable. It helps the doctors to treat the patient as fast as to reduce the time and the intensity of the disease it affects a patient.
Yeah. The follow-up with that, so how many doctors do you think in your hospital are actually acclimatizing to these AI, and how do you think they are fine with using an AI to actually help them with the diagnosis?
Sir, AI is, as you said, starting, it's a toddler stage. So like we are all start to use Alexas and Google Homes right now, whereas in 5 years back it was like a luxury product. Right now it is an essential product. Likewise, AI is a luxury product right now. Maybe in another 2 years down the line it will be essential product for us to do day in and day out operations.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vikram. Yeah, I'll go to the next question to Pravina, who heads the operations of Anne Velangani Hospital. Yeah. How can AI-powered tools support nurses in monitoring patients and improving a bedside care?
Thank you for that question. Sure. That's a very important question. From an operations perspective, I see AI as truly strengthening the bedside care which is delivered by the care team. So coming to nurses, we all know that nurses are the backbone of the hospital care. So when we say that, actually I would also say that they are the most overstretched workforce today. So their workload goes beyond the patient care, like multitasking, documentation, reporting, and that is exactly where AI can step in as a support system. One of the most and realistic way, the important and practical way that we see happening in the hospital is like a real-time monitoring system for patients. So traditionally, we used to check vitals like manual periodic checks at an interval. And during those intervals, a lot of changes can happen. So here, now the AI-powered monitoring tools or device, that helps like to check the vitals, for example, being the heart rate, oxygen saturations, or blood pressure continuously. So the moment there's even a slight deviation, it alerts the nurses instantly. So it makes a huge difference because they can, capture immediately and they can respond. The time taken to respond is reduced here. So that is one advantage. And the nurse can act proactively and prepare the team. So I'm also excited that AI is not only just stopping at alerting system, it's also like, it's turning to predictive, it's becoming predictive. When I say predictive, I can give an example saying that algorithms which detect easily the signs of early warnings or whatever is happening, maybe a respiratory distress or a sepsis, even before it's clinically visible, the nurse can just capture, interpret the data and take it and proactively, again, it allows them to act accordingly. So that is something prediction which helps the patient like in a better, safer and preventive environment way. So that is how AI is really not replacing the human touch. Actually, it's strengthening the human, the nurses. So I believe that AI in the hospital should be a partner to all the staffs, reducing their burnouts, and most importantly, improving the patient safety.
Thank you, Pravina. I think I agree with her point where nurses are really a super stretched set of members at a hospital and they act as a backbone. If AI could actually help them out, it's not like they're going to take any clinical decisions through AI. if AI could fasten their process and help them out in treating patients, it's going to be much more better amount of services which the nurses are giving to the patients. Thank you. And I would talk, like, next question to Dr. Babu. Yeah, sir. What are the key barriers hospitals face in implementing an AI solutions at a scale?
Excuse me?
Yeah. What are the key barriers hospitals face in implementing an AI-driven solutions at scale?
See, the thing is that there are two things. I mean, like in an administrative perspective, in a clinician perspective.
Definitely.
So as you know that the clinicians or the doctors are a special breed. And the adaptation, I mean, as a doctor, our adaptation capacity or going to it is a little bit slow. Even with the theory, what we do, we publish an article. But when we come to practice, it almost takes 2 to 3 years or so, right? Some from research to bedside. And of course, there was a little bit of skepticism as well from the clinician side. What happens, who is going to be responsible, those kind of things. I had been an administrator and I had been a clinician for the past 20, 25 years or so. So in the administrative part, I tried to push out for these kind of changes. I mean, these kind of adaptive technologies which comes in. This is nothing but the kind of data science which has been more evolved, that's all. What we were doing previously in a kind of an Excel or a Word or kind of analysis, now it has got a kind of intelligence where it can predict something. But the same thing, when it comes to an application on a bedside, there are a lot of skepticism among the clinicians, and that is one of the major barrier, what I think. Other than the physicians or the doctor domain, it becomes easy adaptability to others. But however, I think that if we could understand the real pain point of the doctors or the main persons per se, I think these barriers can be taken away. That is one thing. And second, of course, with the kind of internet connectivity and cloud availability, now all those barriers have gone, and we are in a more in an enabling situation compared to 5 or 10 years back. So I think that the major thing would be this is a major barrier, or otherwise the adaptability becomes very easy, as you know that in other areas it is going to streamline workflows and maybe your inventory management, supply chain management, and it becomes very easy to analyze the big data as well. As an administrator, you always look into it.
Definitely. Thank you, doctor. Yeah, it is one, as an administrator, as a clinician, it is one of a major challenge when you actually want to train those senior doctors to adapt to technology and AI. So they would like, they'll be always busy and they would like take a lot of time to adapt to technologies. But yes, it's the upcoming scale, we have to adapt to it. So to Dr. Prince J. Samuel, who's the Vice Principal of Wales Medical College, there was a question with you. How can regulations balance their need for innovation with patient safety and ethical concerns in AI use?
AI is a toddler, as everybody has already said, and it's growing. And our government, everybody is wanting to promote AI growth. But we being in this line of healthcare, we need to take care that AI does not cross certain lines and our patient safety and ethics are taken care of. So as Dr. Babu already mentioned, there are two sides to application: administrative, clinical. So a framework needs to be need not slow down innovation, but it has to be responsible. Wherever it is an administrative application, AI can be fast-tracked and you can use any AI that is being presented to you. But if it is going to take a diagnostic or treatment-based approach, then it has to go through rigorous clinical validation and ethical reviews before deployment. In addition to this, there are a few points we must keep in mind if we are to make sure that patient safety is kept in mind. Number one, transparency. Both the clinician and the patient must be aware when AI is being used and on what basis the AI is making those recommendations. Number two, strong data governance. The data that we are having, this must be, we must ensure that there is privacy, fairness, and bias mitigation. Poor data means definite patient safety risk. Third, regulatory sandboxes. Before implementing any AI in the large real world, we must have supervised AI pilots where a developer can test the solutions and the clinician and the developer can monitor the outcomes. By this, we can both define and refine the policies that we have for AI, and also have continuous post-market market surveillance of the AI tool. And last of all, clear accountability. The regulations must define the accountability for the clinicians, the innovators, and the institutions. So, to sum it all up, the regulations must ensure it must be co-designed with the patients, clinicians, and the innovators to make sure that we harness the benefits of AI without compromising the safety or the ethical values for patients.
Thank you so much, doctor. That actually means a lot. When I could actually point out with the number of points you've given, same as how the drugs are released into the public. It has to come through a proper process when it's with healthcare. So as you said, when AI or automation or anything is being implemented, it has to be supervised, get into trials, and then get accepted for the healthcare. So completely a valid point, doctor. Thank you. And I go to the next question to Mr. Vikram. What role can automation play in reducing a physician burnout while maintaining a quality care?
Okay. Nowadays, doctor shortages are there in many of the hospitals to see the OPs. Okay, so these AIs will help the doctors to do the documentations and analyze the data of the earlier reports and give a summary of the reports. Patients are not carrying a prescription all these days. They are saying I left it somewhere. It is you don't have a record or what. Those things will come up. So these AIs will help us to have integration with our HMS and deal with the summary and give a doctor's input about the new treatments, whatever the existing treatment and what are the new treatments, directions and all. It will guide the doctors. This is a major part what doctor is spending all these days. This will be reduced, and the appointment system of a patient will be reduced with the AI. Because our systems all will have appointment systems, HMS will have appointments, but those appointments are not we are following it manually. But if we integrate with AI, AI will call the patient and let them know before the appointment itself whether you are going to come or what time you are going to come. All these things it will collect and it will make the patient to reach the hospital at the time what the treatment is being designated. So AI definitely will help the patient as well as the clinicians to save the time and have the perfect treatment and the time-based treatment will be done.
Thank you, Mr. Vikram. As we all know, actually, we have these AI customer support cares already being launched. They just train with a script with the amount of Q&As which we already have as a database, and the AI themselves calls the patients, answers their questions, and does the job for us. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vikram.
Thank you, doctor.
Yeah, I'll just go to Mrs. Pravina with the next question. Yeah, we have a proper AI augmented future, the complete augmentation which we are looking into AI. How do you think, what are the steps can we take and prepare the nurses to get trained through augmented future?
That's a relevant question. As an operation leader, I work closely with the clinical team, and I can see a lot of struggles and challenges faced by nurses in day-to-day operations. So through that, I can say that we can get down into 3 things to prepare the nurses workforce for AI augmented future. So that can be we can say number 1, skills, then the mindset and culture, and then it will be the support system. So when I say skills, again, it's the nurses, they all know to use the technology, but that is not enough. It is not stopping in them. It is how they know to interpret the AI system. So for example, if the AI alerts them by giving a patient is at risk of sepsis or respiratory distress, as I said, they should know how to interpret that with the clinical science and escalate it accordingly. There it shows that they know to use it and they know to interpret. For that, we should give them a proper training in the hospitals. Digital literacy is very important for that. and even training in interpreting the alarms and alerting things, and also in making clinical decisions on daily basis. Then again, when I say it is about the mindset and culture, many nurses have that fear that AI may replace them. So actually it's the opposite. AI is not replacing any of the nurses in healthcare. It is actually strengthening them. It's strengthening them by taking away the repetitive actions and periodic checks what they were doing, and it's supporting them. So the hospital has to build a culture that making the nurses aware that we are not, AI is not a competitor. Actually, it's a trusted partner for them. And again, training session, when Sir says about the training and preparing nurses, training is very important. It should never be a one workshop or something. It should be a continuous, ongoing process. I must say that. It should be like e-learning, simulations, and hands-on practice. So the nurses should have that leverage to give, to know the hospital digital platforms. They should have that freedom to acknowledge and to explore that. So that is how. And one of the other aspect what I would say is like what I've seen in nurses is documentation is one of the struggle what they, beyond the monitoring system, what I see is they are on the papers and filling the forms. So AI is actually comes in like, they can track the vitals, update the nurses' notes and all these things. So even voice to text AI can just, save the nurses' time where they can actually focus more on patient, and that is what patient requires. Like they can, what actually human can do, they can focus there, and the AI can support them for making their care more effective. So I would say that training is the most important thing that every healthcare and hospital has to take in that aspect.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Yeah, with that I actually accepted. Like as nurses go into a lot of training sessions and everything, there should be once in a month there should be a training session on updated AIs, augmented reality, what is the exact future about healthcare in AIs, which they could be updated and they could show that interests and they could actually learn about it.
Yeah, they have to be continuously updated
Exactly.
about what is happening. So
Yes.
they learn and they can use it effectively for the patient. So patient feels that they're getting a very safer and preventive environment in care.
Exactly, yeah. So as she says, like even in a distant future, I would say the only thing that, only industry which is not scared of AI is healthcare. I don't think AI in a near age can't replace anyone as a clinician or a hospital side. Sure, thank you. And I'll go with Dr. Babu Narayan for the next question. What are the most promising AI applications in healthcare do you think is gaining traction in the next 3 to 5 years down the line? Yeah.
So one thing I look into it is the main pain point in any kind of healthcare setting is the documentation. I think the major change or where the hours saved for a doctor will come from that area. See, say in my practice, my consultation runs, say a physician consultation runs for 20 minutes or 25 minutes, and I have to see 40 patients or 50 patients per day. It cannot happen with, say, within 5 or 6 hours. Now I have physician assistants and associates who take up the case history and present to me, so I spend 5 or 8 minutes on them, so I could see at least, say, around 30 to 40 patients per day. So these kind of voice-to-text kind of things, when they come in, these can be documented. So automation of the clinical documentation and workflow, seamless workflow efficiency is one of the major things that is going to happen. That will be, because that is the biggest pain point, right, from this thing to... Now it is happening in silos, maybe that now voice-to-text has come, now we are using in the OP, but whether we could integrate with the IP, and that can get integrated, and that can produce a discharge summary, then our dream of almost 100 years where we can create a discharge summary and discharge the patient in less than a half an hour or less than 15 minutes or so would be possible. So that is the main thing that is going to happen, one. Second is that, of course, we know that it has gone leaps and bounds with imaging services. That might happen with your pathology and your microbiology diagnostics kind of services, where they can also be integrated into a kind of a predictive model of the diagnosis also, helping the clinician to take a decision. So one is about your clinical documentation. Second is about your diagnostic wing as a whole, where it's not only an imaging study, but also a pathology and a microbiology and your biochemistry is being integrated and coming up. The third major thing that is going to happen with is our precision medicine. So now, let us say that when somebody walks into my clinic, we are just looking into this thing, okay, LDL and this thing is high, your HDL is low, these are the things predictive. Now we are going to the second layer wherein we are trying to see that why for this person this LDL is high. That is going to be your molecular medicine. You say that your beta peroxidation pathway is bad, your MAO and MAB receptors are not working, these enzymes are not working. That is going to be the second model. The third would be a genetic analysis. And now there are technologies which are available. We are also exploring certain technology in my capacity, wherein we just take a throat swab, a swab from your oral swab, send it across. Within a couple of days, you will receive that why you have an LDL rise. So you might be having, say, some selenium deficiency, maybe some B12 deficiency, depending upon your matter, where your core reason, we are only symptomatically managing. So we'll find the reason for your alteration in your biochemistry. I think that is a precision medicine and tailor-made medicine will be the major change that will happen. That will be more predictive, but the benefits of that will be reaped only by those kind of, now Western world is sleeping because they are trying to predict it because it is state-sponsored health system. Though as is a state-sponsored health system, we are not spending that much on, say, about preventive health because it is about genetics, it's going to cost money. So these are the three main things I think major thing will come. Of course, with your learning, teaching, curriculum, VR and everything that is going to enable. But these are the major areas where I think that AI is going to help and augment. And with precision medicine, I think that now everybody is health conscious and that is going to make big waves in at least in next 1 or 2 years. They are coming in a big way to India.
All right. Sure. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. When you was talking about this voice-to-text AI, we were actually at Bevel, we were actually doing a implementation and doing a trial run. The only problem with that is the AI is not understanding our Tanglish. So it understands only English or understands only pure Tamil. All right. So they have to train the AI for Tanglish for sure because then it gets trained and starts writing it.
Now I think there is a lot of improvement is happening in that field. And
yes.
Now it is learning more, actually learning more. Of course, AI has to be given all those kind of training with this learning more. Of course, even then there will be a little bit of challenges. So that only it is a kind of a supervised process, not an unsupervised process. It gives us a text. At the end of the day, we are liable. I think we have to go through and we have to sign it.
We also actually, sorry to interrupt you, we had a clinical trial also, clinical AI trial, what we do is when patients walk into our hospitals, so we had the entire data of our hospital. So it starts to kind of predict this season is kind of this set of people are coming in, these age groups are with this. So it's still on trials. When that happens, as you say, when you're seeing 40 to 50 patients, when your monitor shows this age group is entering and this is one of the potential diagnosis, kind of a predictive diagnosis where we already have for ECG or echo, we have these. Yeah. When these happens, it's going to be a complete breakthrough into the technology.
Yeah. And moreover, I do not know how we are going to train that in our slangs. Yeah. Coimbatore slangs, and Tirunelveli slang, and Nagarkoil slang.
Establish a separate server for us.
Yeah. Of course, India is a different thing. AI will be a little bit difficult for AI, I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, Dr. Prince, like one of the last questions for you. What frameworks are being developed to govern responsible AI adoption in healthcare?
Before I answer that question, I have a counter question. You just said that you use AI in your hospital. What framework did you use in your hospital to govern that?
We didn't use any frameworks to cover that. We actually had our own set of automation systems to create it. We had an IT team who created by their own. So we didn't depend on outside framework to actually implement. So it was on our own trial. We didn't want to take risks with our data. So we did our own framework and had a trial running by.
I expected that answer because most of the AI is being developed in this way only. because AI is an innovation. Everybody is developing, engineering students are developing AI bots and other things. We just want to implement it. Our websites have AI bots on it. But there are frameworks, because finally we are going to be dealing with patients. But the frameworks are like WHO, ICMR, EU AI Act, Niti Aayog, all these frameworks are there. But I would like to just classify them into short, actionable recommendations for understanding. If it is for a hospital or medical college, then WHO ICMR guidelines for immediate clinical governance, or for implementation within the hospital AI audit. For these guidelines can be used. But if it is for diagnosis and treatment, then CDSCO or SAMD. SAMD is software as medical device. That compliance is necessary. And we have to make sure whichever vendor is giving that AI, the vendor documentation, technical documentation, and whether they are the post-market planning, how they are going to monitor the AI tool after they have marketed it to you. All this is important as documentation. So this is for hospital and medical college. If it comes to as a startup or a building, one of you starts building a new clinical AI, then you can use the ICMR or WHO guidelines along with aligning with FDA guidelines. So you try to make it easy for export. And ISO standards for trustworthiness. Now comes state policymakers or state health department. So if your AI is going to cater in that line, you have to go with Niti Aayog and OECD guidelines, which also covers the intergovernmental guidelines. So why are we talking about all this? Because even as you begin developing or implementing the AI, if you have aligned yourself with guidelines, you are safer. Because if you have developed it first and then try to align it, you may come with a hiccup and you may get stuck at some point. Only safety is right now, out of all these guidelines, WHO, ICMR, and whatever is in India regarding AI, these are unbinding laws, meaning they are not enforceable in a court of law. They are only principles and guidelines. That is why we are very happily using what we feel like. But it's good to go along with guidelines. Many of us are not even aware that guidelines are there. So we should incorporate those wordings and those principles even as we implement them. But if it is for overall world over export, then US FDA and EU AI Act, they are really binding laws which must be adhered to. Otherwise, you will not be able to open up to global markets. So yes, frameworks are there. In India, it's right now non-binding, therefore we are free to use. But please do use and follow the guidelines. Thank you.
Yeah, with a lot of frameworks and guidelines and a lot of things, I think AI itself would be scared to come into healthcare. So, thank you, thank you. Is there any questions for the session? Do you have any questions to the panelists? Anyone here? All right, so can I just yeah, sure. Mike.
Exactly. So what Dr. Prince was saying at the end makes all the sense. We are also behind all the possible certifications to make it, believable for organizations like you, that your data is secure and it is not at the hands of, whatever. So my questions, there are a couple of questions that I would. Actually, sir, at Beeville Hospitals, we had conducted a pilot for, again, our AI scribe and a couple of other use cases. It went well, just to say. My question being, when it comes to adoption, all the use cases that have been told or spoken about right now, the discharge summary problem, how we summarize all the patient reports, all of that is a real problem for sure, right? And then there are very good solutions out there coming, which are like us. So how is the implementation part of it? There are all these guidelines, there are all these frameworks. If we were to work together with the hospitals to understand their systems, because what we understand is one major barrier is the existing HMIS or EHR system that is available in the hospitals. What we propose is in the pilots or in the POCs, can we work as an independent product where you just look at validity, viability, and then see, is there a real need for an EMR system or also not? Because that is also one topic where in India, with AI solutions, we are at a position where we can actually leapfrog over the EMR systems. Because there are such systems where we can actually collect all the data in terms of how a hospital needs and keep it there, rather not become Epic or Cerner like a system, which are legacy systems in the US, and that's where the whole healthcare system gets clogged whenever a new AI product wants to come into the market. So is there a chance where hospitals like yours would help us be that third party or an independent system and then do our POCs or pilots and then say, okay, this is good, let's see if we can work independently apart from the EMR?
Who do you want to answer for that?
I mean, any of those. I think all of them have been speaking about the same problem.
Non-clinical aspects into AI. Likewise, we have ours as a medical college and hospital. So we want to identify how many breakdowns in particular area it's happening and what time it is happening. All these things has been collected in an app and it has been analyzed, and it help us to decide on the next purchase. Whether we have to go with the same brand or we have to go with the other brand, or it is frequently it is broke down by a physical damage, then we will be thinking about the staff training. So or else it's happening in the different location, then it give us an insight that to educate them. So in our scale, AI is being used in this ways and all. But clinical, it will take little more time on integrating EMR. Okay. So still we are not having that scale of productivity for the thing, production for the data with AI. So still in the child phase. So non-clinical activities, definitely AI is being integrated and it can be used. It will be useful for the hospitals.
Sure, thank you.
You wanted to answer that?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Mr. Vikram. Already in another session, we were told about seamless activity, that in a hospital, for pharmacy, there is one product, for the EMR, one product, and different products are there. That itself is not yet integrated. And now you're wanting to come in as a third-party entity. We are not yet fully integrated the way you're expecting. So once that is done, only we can talk about clogging and other things. So that is yet to happen. India is not that far ahead. Even Apollo and others are still trying to implement things so that they can really make things seamless within, though they are such a huge network, even they are yet to implement things. AIMS is bringing in an app, trying to help patients identify things. So everywhere it's only in the beginning, toddler stage only. So you're welcome, but we are not sure how much we can help you immediately as far as he rightly said, regarding clinical data. Regarding other areas, yes, you're most welcome.
Sure. Happy to explore, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions? All right. So we'll just conclude the session. Thank you to the panelists. It was really good. What we learned today was AI and automation are supposed to be no longer just tools. Like how we say we are partners in crime, they're going to be partners in care. All right. So thank you so much. And again, thank you to Ms. Praveena, Mr. Vikram, Dr. and Dr. Prince. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We hope that you enjoyed and found this conference of value, and we look forward to seeing you again next time. Thank you all very much. Thank you, and have a good day.